Guys, I call to order this special board meeting. It's not in pink this time. See, that's so I'm having a hard time reading because it's not in pink. I call to order the special board retreat for Bullhead City School District on Saturday, November 2025 at 9 a.m. Roll call. Present Melinda Sobrowski.
Charlene Diaz here.
Fred Rushton here.
Judy Reed here. Barbara Zerzicki here.
We also have our superintendent, Dr. Carol Stewart. PR person, I don't know what's your actual title? Okay, there you go. Lance Ross, we have an ASBA person here, Julie is here. And
Cassie.
I guess that's all of us.
Cassie.
Oh, Cassie, yeah. I always forget Cassie. She's such a
She's just in the
behind the scenes person, yeah. As long as she gets me the lunch, I'm okay. Thank you, Cassie. Julie, thank you very much for being here. I looked forward to this. I really was looking forward to taking you to dinner last night. Because at 7 o'clock you probably weren't interested.
I was a little tired.
Yeah, that 4-hour
Around
4-hour trip from Phoenix. But I'm glad that the Holiday Inn is a good place.
Yes, the Holiday Inn Suites, they have a delightful breakfast.
Oh, good.
Yeah, and delicious cinnamon rolls. I mean, really quite good. So,
I like the Holiday Inn.
Good to know.
yeah.
So,
Would you like me to just go? Let's do it.
2 feet.
Let's go.
With 2
Let's
feet.
go. So hi everybody, I think I know all of you, but I'm Julie Bacon from the Arizona School Boards Association. And I am delighted to be here to work with you on some issues, and we have a full day ahead of us, so we've got some things to do. But I hope and pray that they're all going to be very helpful to you going forward. So. What I'd like to do is introduction, so your name, your position, your years of service, and your experience in school as a student. Huh? Yeah.
I don't know if I remember that. Here, come on.
And the reason I ask that, at almost every training I do, I think that it informs your perspective. If you're someone who really struggled in school, you're kind of looking for ways to make it better for students, right? And if you, so that's the reason I asked that. And we don't need a long description. It can be I love school or I hated school, however you want to say it. But I will start. So my name is Julie, and I was a school board member for 3 terms on an urban school district in Phoenix. And I loved school. But my mom saved my academic career when I was in 2nd grade by recognizing that I was not reading at the same level as my older brother in 2nd grade. And she thought, if the girl isn't reading as good as the boy, there's a problem. So she got me with a reading specialist. In 2nd grade, I was pulled out. I went and worked with the reading specialist in 2nd grade. And that was it. From then on, my reading, I love to read. I still read far too late into the night. And so that was my experience. But I loved school in general. So whoever would like to go next.
I'm Melinda. You guys all know me. I'm currently president of the school board. That may change when we do elections in January. I've been here, what, 8 years? I think it's 8.
Off and on.
Off and on? Well, longer than that,
Yeah.
off and on.
Longer than that, off
7
and
years
on.
so far in this term, because you got 1 more to go in this term, so.
Yeah, it's been a long time. But I've worked in the district itself for almost 36 years, so I've been here for a long, long time. I lived in the Bullhead for 50 years, so I've been in Bullhead for a long, long time. My experience as a student, I'm rather shy. I'm really an introvert. So basically, I'm one of those kids that usually got put in the back of the room because there was really no response to me. But then there were always those things that brought brought me to the forefront. And science being one of them, I love to play. I love that kind of stuff. So I had a good experience that with just learning. And I'm with you, last night was bad. Do not read Dan Brown's Secret of Secrets. Not, because it
That's
catches
right.
you and it just,
Don't start it, right?
yeah, 2 o'clock this morning was almost too late to get up for this morning. But I'm with you. I'm a perpetual learner.
Very good. Shall we just go around the table?
Sure. I'm Carolyn. I'm superintendent. This is year 7. Before that, I had 3 or 4 years of retirement, but then before that, for 26 years, I was a principal in the district. So I've been here since '89. My experience in school, I grew up in a community of 800. So in a K-12 school, originally it was a K-12 school, later it changed, but I loved school. And I look back and when they changed some things in our school, my parents bought, I remember the old desks that were in a row and they were all connected, and the seat was part of the, yeah. So my mom and dad bought a couple of those. So I was teaching my younger brother, teaching my animals and my stuffed animals. So I think it was in my blood to be a teacher. So I love school and I read. And yes, Dan Brown books is his book as well. But I learned by the time I got to college that I was a slow reader. My comprehension was wonderful, but in college you can't be a slow reader. So I had to learn to read faster, but didn't know that until I got to college. So.
Okay. I'm Charlene, and this is my 2nd term as a board member. Previously worked for the district for about 28 years, teacher, administrator. My experience was cool. Kind of like Melinda, I was painfully shy as a child, and so that really kind of set the tone for my education. I struggled in math, but the mindset, literally the mindset was, well, you're a girl, so you really don't need to know higher level math. And, you know, farming community, raised with 2 brothers, so it was kind of like, oh, it's okay. She doesn't need to know. So I struggled with math throughout my history, but I liked school. I enjoyed school. I can't say that I loved it, but I did like school. So.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, good morning, everybody. My name is Fred. I'm a board member. This is my 1st term, 3rd year of my 1st term. And let's see, my experience in school is I survived. I got through it. I was never really a great student. My experience was kind of like opposite yours, Carolyn. I was a fast reader, and my comprehension was 0. That's one of the reasons I struggled in school, but I think mostly it's just I lacked. Grade school was easy. I really never had to do any work. And I got good grades all the way through grade school. Then I got into high school, and because I hadn't really learned any good habits in grade school, I had no good habits in high school, so that's when things started to slide down. Anyway, and I became, unlike all of you, I have no experience as an educator or in the field of education. Well, I can't say that. For employment, when I was working, I belonged to a trade union. And so for 5 or 6 years, I was an instructor in taught classes in mathematics and drafting and some other things too. So I have had that experience, but nothing like what I know you guys went through. So anyway, that's my story.
Thank you.
Aren't you doing it?
Yes.
As a product of schools in the late 50s and 60s and early 70s, my first recollection of initiating school was what I thought, in retrospect, his benefit. My mom was a teacher. She was a sped teacher focusing on speech therapy. And so reading was essential at a very early age. Anybody remember the old Childcraft books? Well, for show and tell, my first month in kindergarten, I took a Childcraft book and I read Little Henny Penny. And my parents were called to the principal's office because I was not supposed to learn how to read until first grade.
Oh, my God.
So that had stayed with me for a long time. Obviously, things have changed quite a bit since then, but it struck me as I grew older that, wait a second, where was the encouragement to learn early on instead of this is when you are supposed to learn? Another interesting experience I had was that I was very interested in music. My grandparents gave me a clarinet when I was 5 or 6. So I was in the school orchestra all the way through elementary school, middle school, and first day in high school, I'd already signed up for orchestra. And I had a teacher tell me, I will not allow freshmen in here. I don't care if you were a first year, no freshman come back as a sophomore. I had 30 minutes to find another elective, and journalism was open. And I thought, oh, this is going to be an easy way to get an A and take care of my elective. And it's what I wound up doing ever since. So I see all of the hard work that everybody is doing. Like Fred, I did not have a professional experience as an educator, although I grew up with one. But those two experiences, one in grade school, and one as a kindergartner, and one in high school, really shaped a lot of my thinking. And the latter one changed my career, literally changed my career.
This shows you the impact.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, my name's Judy, and I've just been on the board since last spring. I was a replacement. And I don't have to think about it. Continuing on. Anyway, I was an educator also, and I was 20 years in the district, and I was a principal in this district for 5 years ago, and then other positions in the high school district. So I've been here for a while and enjoyed it. And school was easy for me, I have to say. They sent me out. I was the note taker. I was the sender out of the room because she's a pain. Good left-handed screwdriver, huh? Yeah, any errand, they sent me out of the room because I'd get my stuff done and I'd go and then I was a problem. So I was the one that was always running around the thing, and I remember in junior high, cafeteria lady, I was a skinny little thing. And the cafeteria lady would bring me in every day and feed me. But it was just, I loved school, I enjoyed school, I went all through college enjoying every minute of it, and academically it was no problem. And I'm a big reader, they know. I read all the time. I read every day on Brownville area.
And what read Secrets?
And I love him. And I'm a fast reader, but I'm comprehensive. I don't have that problem. And yeah, I don't know why, but I just love it. So that's it. Thank you.
And Barb, this is my 3rd year on the board. I've always, like Carolyn, when I was younger, my cousin would come over, I'd teach class and stuff. We had a chalkboard and everything. I always wanted to be a teacher, I knew that. And my education, I had 12 years of Catholic education. And it was basically pretty good, except my senior year, my home ec teacher, I was always going to be a math teacher. I always loved math. My whole family was very math orientated. And so the math was where I was heading. And then my senior year in high school, I had the home ec teacher from hell. And I
We're
went.
all home ec teachers.
No, we are not.
I still
I
remember
was
mine
thinking, are
saying,
you categorizing yourself?
Yeah, no, this was a sewing teacher. We had, in high school, we had the choice of either taking foods or taking home ec. Well, consequently, I had been cooking since I was 4 years old. My mother let us kids start cooking as soon as we could do anything we wanted in the kitchen. And, but then my mom passed my junior year in high school, so my senior year I decided to take clothing because my mother had always made all my clothes, but she never had the patience to teach me to sew. So I took the class, and it was the teacher from hell. She was the type that when we had to make an outfit, and she would come down with the little ruler and go down your seam, and if it wasn't exactly 5/8 inches, you had to tear it all out and do it again.
Oh, hater.
Yeah. Well, I was making a corduroy outfit. Do you know how many times you can tear out a corduroy anymore? It's not worth anything. And it was just miserable. And I said, I think I'm going to change my choice and go into home economics so nobody has to have a teacher like I did. So I switched, and when I got into college, I did go into home economics and got my degree in home economics education. Then went back and picked up all the math classes later. But that's the reason I became a home ec teacher. But as far as reading goes, I've always been a slow reader. I am still a slow reader. Comprehension is good, but I'm just very slow at reading and stuff. I enjoy it now as I've gotten older. When I was younger, it was more of a task for me because of the fact that, especially in college, taking literature classes and trying to get everything read, it was, but I've always enjoyed education. So.
Great, thank you.
And I was a teacher for 25 years in junior high.
Very good. A lot of educators here, huh?
lots of years.
Yeah.
And I wanted to end, this is my 11th year with the district.
I think yes. I didn't know you were that old. My daughter is also a teacher. She teaches 6th grade, and like Carolyn and Barb, she would teach in her classroom, which was her bedroom. And my son was 4 years younger, so when he could finally sit by himself, there was class in her room. The trouble started when he started crawling, because then he was like not interested anymore, and just watching her. So, yeah. So I knew the voice of every teacher my daughter ever had, because that's how she taught when she came home from school. And she's still there. So I want to just go over the agenda of what we're going to be talking about today. We're going to do just an overview of board member superintendent roles and responsibilities. We do it for every training practically because we have to set the stage and get us kind of on the right framework for what we're going to be talking about. Then we're going to talk about your board self-evaluation results, and we'll have discussion about that, the last evaluation that you did. We're going to talk a little bit about the B section of the policy manual, which is really the board's section of the manual. So I pulled out a number of different policies that I think you should be very familiar with, and would love to kind of have discussion around them, because what we do often with policy is we put it in front of you, and then we never give you an opportunity to talk about it, or how it is implemented, and how it actualizes itself in your everyday role as a board member. We're going to talk about strategic planning, and we'll review all of your mission and core beliefs. We'll talk about the AZ report card. Like to do a SWOT analysis, talk about strategic goals for 25-26, and then finally talk about goal monitoring, because why make goals if you're not going to monitor them? So that's what we're going to be doing today. So let's just start with those roles and responsibilities. I know this is probably a graphic you've seen 100 times at ASBA events, but it really does very accurately reflect the role of the board and the superintendent. So the board's authority is the oversight of the management of the school district. You set expectations, parameters, and the superintendent's authority
is to provide that leadership supervision and to deal with the operational issues that are happening in the school district. There is a dotted line in between those two for a reason. There should be frequent communication in both directions, as indicated by those arrows. So as we talk about goals, we start at the top with the first one, which is in adopting a goal, it's adopting policies. Then the superintendent, in step 3 of that, develops plans, implements them, monitors the progress, and then the board evaluates those results. And you decide in that monitoring progress and evaluating results, where do we have to go from here? What's working, what's not working, and how can we improve? So defining those roles, the board, your goal is to improve student outcomes. You want students to achieve as much as they can while they're in your school system. And there's 3 main levers that you can use: policy, budget, and the supervision HR function of the superintendent. So those are the things that the board has, must do, cannot delegate, and that you're responsible for. You have goals, you have a lot of responsibility to set goals, to help structure the mission and vision, values, and making sure that that oversight is what you're doing, and you're not getting involved in day-to-day operational issues. Now, when I say you're not getting involved in the day-to-day operational issues, involved is the key word, because you're going to hear problems. That's part of your job. It's what you do. It's why your community elected you. But getting involved in the solving of issues or the solving of problems is not your job. Your job is to allow the superintendent or the person in the chain of command, and we'll talk a little bit more about chain of command as we go through this. And then you can't really focus on policy without monitoring the impact of policy. So as you are going through policies, you should be thinking, how is this impacting students? What can we do to make this better so that students can achieve more? The superintendent's job is to implement the direction provided by the board. The superintendent's job is operational, and they have the ultimate responsibility for all the things that happen in the district. Now, may not be direct responsibility because there are people who are doing different jobs to making sure that the district runs in the way it should. But the board's job is to give direction, and the superintendent's job is to implement that direction that the board gives. The board governs, evaluates, and supervises the superintendent, and that is an important component of the work that boards do that often gets overlooked. There's not a specific process for superintendent evaluation. And I don't know about you, but I never liked having a job where I didn't know what my boss thought of me, or what I needed to improve on, or what I was doing really well. So that's a really important part of the work that the board does. Set direction, adopts the policies and budgets, monitors progress towards strategic goals. And the board's accountable to the community, because the community, if they don't like what you're doing, what's going to happen? You're not going to get reelected. And that's the one way that they can show you that they don't like that. The superintendent's job is to manage, oversee the day-to-day operations, implement the policies, and develop plans to meet the goals set by the board. And they're accountable to the board. The superintendent is accountable to the board. But the most important part of all of this is that the board and the superintendent are the components of the governance team. And that is the most important team in the school district. The governance team can set the culture of the district. They can set the way employees and students interact with one another. You know, often what you see happening in the boardroom is trickling down and happening in classrooms. So the way that you interact with one another, your professionalism, your processes are really important to the culture of the entire district. So I know you all have heard that there are some school boards that don't get along. And
down the road.
and that causes distress in the system. You know, you don't have to like one another. You don't have to agree with one another. But can you work together in respectful ways that moves the district forward? I served on a board with a board member who she and I saw almost opposite in terms of certain issues. And I would say she's a person who taught me the most about leadership, because I needed to listen to her so that we could all come together and make a decision. We always ended up at the same place, but we took different roads to get there. But acknowledging the road that other people is on is important, because it is what they believe and feel and their impressions. So the way the governance team functions is a really critical part of the way that the district functions. And holding one another accountable is one of the things that you have to do. You know, making sure that the board is doing its job and the superintendent's doing their job. It has to happen. There has to be that accountability in there. So any questions, thoughts about that? I just wanted to go over that really kind of quickly, but I want to make sure that I give you the opportunity to talk or ask questions or provide commentary.
Julie, we do have a really good relationship with Carolyn. We do an evaluation. We're very honest in our evaluations about how it, and she is over honest. Oftentimes
Critical of herself?
Yes.
very critical of herself. We have to go back and slap her hands for that. But you know, we have a really good relationship with each other.
That's so
We
good.
don't always get along. You know, we have different ideas. We work from different points of view, just like you're talking
Yeah.
about. But I think that we ultimately have the same goal in mind, and that's kids, kids and achievement.
Yeah.
And we have such total respect for each other.
Which is great. You know,
So you're not talking about the we're not the high school board.
Yeah.
I don't know them. I don't know them. I've done it years ago. Had some interaction with them.
Years ago, they were getting along.
Yeah.
Okay. And I think the other thing that I always talk about in this section is the importance of really dealing with issues as they arise. If something comes up between board members or between the superintendent and a board member, I think the best thing, my advice is to deal with it right away. Because it will fester and it will grow and all of those things. Like my kids always say, why do we have to taunt things through all the time, right? Like that's how I ran my family. But the board member that I was talking about earlier, this is where we really started to understand each other. We were in a retreat just like this. We were talking about roles and responsibilities just like this. And we all acknowledge that sometimes we overstep, we don't, you know. And an hour and a half later, we're talking about something else, and this board member says, well, this is what you should do to the superintendent. And I, in my, what I think is funny, say, well, now that's micromanaging. That was not good. She is not happy. She calls me the next morning. I'm at home, and she calls. She said, "Are you home?" And I said, "Yeah." And she said, "Okay, I'm just pulling it up front of your house. I want to come in and talk to you." And I was like, "Oh boy." And I knew in the back of my mind when I put my head on the pillow the night before, that was not okay what you said. But it wasn't conscious yet. I knew there's something was. She said, "You really hurt my feelings when you did that." Okay. And that really helped us have a better relationship. And it was one of the greatest lessons I ever learned because she came to me with it. And I was able to. So, of course, I apologized and I'm sorry. And I called one of my friends to, isn't that ridiculous? And she's like, well. And she had been there at the study session. And I said, so did it sound? She said, it didn't sound joking. Okay. Mm-hmm. I was the problem. But I am forever grateful that she pointed that out, and then we could work better together. So that would be the only thing that I would ask you all to do, is to really be thoughtful about that. Anything else about roles and responsibilities? Okay. So we're going to talk about the B section of your policy manual.
Julie, before you go there,
Yes.
I just want to mention to you that we're starting to work through all of those policy things that the ASBA has been updating.
Yes.
And the timing of this is perfect because the whole B section will be on our agenda for this month. So they've all had, it's been in our agenda draft, so they may or may not have looked at it, but I think this is perfect timing.
Okay, great. And so some of what you're going to see is going to change a little bit because some of these policies, what we have done with the policy manual, I feel so both sorry for and grateful for the work that the policy team is doing, because they've taken our policy manual and by the time they're done with it, we probably will have condensed and lessened the policy manual by about 35 to 40%. And that's not because we've taken policies out, but we just put policies in places together where it made sense. So often what would happen, many years ago, the legislature would create a law and we'd create a new policy for it, when it could have gone into a different policy, into an existing policy. So that's what they've been doing for the past year, a little over a year. And I think currently we are about to release the G section of the policy manual. And it is a lot of work to go through it, but I think is worth it in the end. So some of what we're going to talk about here, some of these policies may not exist in the new realm, but you'll be able to know where it went if it doesn't exist anymore. So I did take your current policies. I saw that you hadn't switched over yet, so I wanted to just go with the current policies, and we can go through this and look at it. So, and in your packet, you have the packet of policies that we're going to talk about, and that has a paper clip with it. So the first one is BBA. So this is the powers and responsibilities of the board. This outlines what it is that the board does. And it gives you the information that's in statute. Our policies are compliance-based. So you're going to find the law in here. You're not going to find much more than that. And if you want more than that, you can have more than that. But the way that we do our policies is compliance-based. So if there's a policy that you don't love the way it's written, you can rewrite it. That's your prerogative. You just need to make sure that you check with your attorney that everything that's compliance-based stays in it, so that you make sure. And the board that I served on, I think we were the most prolific policy-changing group, because we wanted certain things to really reflect the culture of the school district and not be just statutory language or legal jargon. We wanted people to be able to read the manual. So this talks about the board's basic functions in that first part, so A, B, C. And you're a legislative body. You're a body that has been created by the legislature to run school districts. And you have the authority given to you by statutes 15, 341, 342. 341 is what you must do, 342 is what you can't do. And then the rest of the policy talks about the duties and obligations. So become familiar with the laws. You're all familiar with the laws, most people do, we're educators, you know that. Have a general knowledge of the objectives and educational aims of the system. Work harmoniously with other board members without neglecting a proper share of work or trying to dominate the board. Vote and act in board meetings impartially for the good of the district. So you are voting in ways that you think reflect the community's values and the community's desires. Accept the will of the majority in all cases, and give support to anything that results in a vote. So this is sometimes tricky, because if you are a minority person, if you are in the minority of a vote, how do you give full support? Well, you give full support by saying, this is what we're doing now. My job going forward is to monitor the impact of this decision, because I want to make sure I didn't agree with it, but that doesn't mean it was wrong. It just means that now I have a responsibility to make sure the decision that was made was the right one. And that's my responsibility no matter what, whether I vote for something or I vote against something, right, as a board member. That is what you want to do. You have to continuously be monitoring things. The responsibility for confidentiality is really critical. Those of you who are educators know how much information you are privy to that you would not want anyone to know if it was your family. So just making sure that you have that. Before I was a board member, I was a really involved parent in the district. And someone said to me when I got on the board, what's the difference? And I said, I know way more when I'm on the board about things that I don't want to know about, right? Issues that are related to employees and families and students, it's a challenge. So on the number H in this is on the back side, to refer complaints to the proper school authorities and to refrain from individual counsel and action. So that's what we're talking about in the chain of command. Your job is in fact to represent the community and to hear from community members. If you don't hear from them, you're never going to know what they're thinking. But this was a problem for me because I'm a problem solver at the heart and core of who I am. And so when I got on the board and parents came to me with a problem or a staff member came to me with a problem, I wanted to solve the problem. And the superintendent was like, whoa, hang on a second, back it up, because that wasn't my job then, right? My job was to give them counsel on how to get that problem solved. So, and I don't know if that's an issue in this district. It is in a lot of districts, and it is in a lot of small communities. You have a target every day, no matter where you go, grocery store, post office. And the policies on chain of command really are your KE through KED policies. So KE through KED. And that really gives you the method and the process that people can get concerns and complaints addressed. There's a way to do it. And it isn't going to the board first. It is starting at the lowest level and then going up the chain. Any questions about BBA?
Our board is really good about that.
Good.
You know,
Good.
I don't know of any time that, I mean, at some point I would know probably if there had been an issue, and I don't know of any issues. I mean, people bring things to our board members, they bring them to me. And then if it needs to go like to a principal or something, or to a teacher, that's where I send it. Because I insist on our employees doing that as well. Go through the chain.
And unfortunately, Dr. Stewart and I talk about this all the time. One of the challenges is that with social media, the proliferation of social media, my kid missed the school bus, and there were 47 responses saying, take it to the school board. So just work through the chain of command. My kid's teacher looked at my child cross-eyed, take it to the school board, have the teacher fired. That's clearly not, the statutory or the policy
Right.
way to go.
Right.
And, but it lives and dies on social media.
Yeah. I always think about, when parents would come to me, I would say, okay, well, you're going to talk to the teacher. No, I'm not going to talk to the teacher. Could you imagine if you're at work and, you work at IBM and the president of the board of directors of IBM calls you and says, hey, you did something wrong.
Yeah.
The person would be like, what is happening right now? That's not the way this works. And it's not the way it works in a school either. So I always tell people that, I've had parents call me and say, I'm gonna come to call the public and I'm gonna do that. And that's gonna be the least satisfying and most frustrating thing that you will ever experience because you can't talk about your issue. So that really is best to start with that. 99.9% of the time gets resolved. Okay, so let's move on to BBAA. So a meeting is a gathering of people, either in person or through technology, that a quorum of members are present. So there is no legal authority of an individual board member. You individually have no power. You only have power when you legal power when you come together as a quorum in a meeting that's been noticed and has an agenda. Now, that doesn't mean that you aren't seen as influential or powerful in your community, because you are. You were elected, and people see you as someone who has power. We like to talk about power as legal authority and influence as what board members have in terms of power as a board member. So just thinking about it from that perspective. You only have the right or the ability to have any kind of, to give direction of any kind by taking a vote at a board meeting. And so as you are, out and about in the community, you really have no more power than anybody else, right? So you walk into one of your schools, you should be signing in just like a visitor signs in. You should wear a visitor sticker just like a visitor would do. Now, if you're there as a group, or you're there as a tour and the superintendent is with you, that's a little bit different. People are going to see it a little bit differently. So any questions about this one? Let's go to BCA. So this is board member ethics, and this is definitely one of the policies that you will see that has changed. The actual statements have changed, but they reflect the same ideas, same values. So, this is kind of what a community should hold you to, is the ethics that you have in your policy manual are the things that the community can say to you, well, you're not upholding this ethical standard that you've set for yourself. And one of the things that I often talk to boards about is following the policy manual. There are board members who don't follow the policy that they themselves have approved. So, I always say, if you're not following your policy as a board member, why would any student or staff member think they have to, right? So you have to set that standard and one of the things that comes to mind is the board self-evaluation. Our policy says, because it's not statutorily required, our board policy says you may do an annual evaluation. It doesn't say you shall do or you must do. And I always say to people, I think it's really important that a board does an annual self-evaluation because you are evaluating your staff. And students are being evaluated annually with their test scores. So this is just a really good way to demonstrate to the community that you're holding yourself accountable. for the job that you have. So again, this is, and I know during COVID, this policy was brought up a lot at Call to the Public at my school district, by people saying we weren't adhering to this. But it is an important part of the work that we do. And it's also something that in the district I serve, we took this document and created norms that were kind of in line with this. So, and which we reviewed every year, and we signed, and we're on our website. So that's one way that you can utilize that as well. And you'll see the new BCA is very similar. Okay, let's go to BDA. So this is the organizational meeting. This is another one of those places where we have for years encouraged boards to have open conversations about who is going to be board president. If you know, you may know that there are some boards that do that quick draw, like first name out, is the board president. Doesn't matter. So we would really recommend that you have a conversation about who wants to be board president, what's coming up in the year, what are the big things you want to get done, who's best suited to do that. When I became board president the first time that I was board president, we had not yet transferred our policy manual to ASBA's policy manual. We thought we knew better. And what we realized was there were regulations and exhibits and policies that it was a mess, right? Because there was, this person was in charge of it for 5 years, and then that person was in charge of it for the next 10 years, and then that person. So that was something I wanted to get done, and we had been wanting and talking about doing for 2 years. So when I took that board presidency, I said, I want to be board president because we're going to get this policy manual done. That is my goal. We got to get it all transferred, and we did in 1 year revise the entire manual. But it took someone who cared about that and who was organized, right, and thoughtful about it. So, and I had one board member say, "Why are we doing this? This is the job of the administration." Actually, no. By statute, that's not true. So we went through the whole thing. So we really encourage boards to be thoughtful about the board presidency. And if you don't want to be board president, it's not time. There's nothing that says you have to be board president. It's not for everybody. It's not hard. It looks easy, but it's not.
That's
Yes.
yeah.
I picked up on one word you said, and that was open discussion, which is really important. And not to pick on another district, but you've got to, you know, we were a feeder district for another one where those decisions the last few years have been preordained by a troika in private. And at least three of the 5 have decided who's going to have which board's position before they ever set foot in the meeting room. And, you know, the open discussion is the important part, not the...
Right, and because you have to adhere to open meeting, whether you like it or not, it doesn't matter, you have to adhere to it. So there's a number of different ways you can do this. So in the district I served on, every fall, we would have a study session, and this would be one of the topics. Who wants to be board president next year? And we'd have conversation going around, and people would, I would like to, because my child is a senior, and I'd like to be able to sign the diploma, you know, stuff like that. Or stuff like, I want to get the policy manual done. So having that conversation before you even get to the organizational meeting, we found to be very beneficial. But in lieu of that, even just at the organizational meeting, before you even ask for a motion, we're going to be discussing the board presidency. The next item is board president. Is there any discussion? Because you want to know who's interested. If you're interested, you can say it at that time. Someone else is interested, they can say it at that time. and you can have a conversation about it. But this, do I have a motion, and then someone saying, you know, oh, it's Fred, I want Fred to be the board president, and everyone's like, oh, okay. You know, that's not really the greatest way to do it. Anything about
So
that?
what you're saying is if there are 2 people or 3 people who want to be board president, they actually do a meeting on that?
No, you can just have discussion at the dais and say, you know, I'd like to do it, I've never done it, it's something I'm interested in. You might say, well, I'd like to do it 1 more year because of X, Y, Z, you know, and then just have a conversation. Who's best suited, and who wants to do it?
But they can't reach an agreement with that until there's a vote.
Until there's vote, right. This would all be done in public, right? Yeah. Based on the discussion, then you can take a motion. Okay.
So in other words, the future presidents or current president, we have to come up with a reason for being president.
Mm-hmm. Do you have one?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
She's organized.
She's organized. And sometimes that's
Very important.
the most important part, right? So this also this policy used to say that you have to have this meeting by January 15th. That has changed, and you have to have it by the end of January, which has, you know, not helped us in a lot of ways because we would know early who the board president was. Now we're kind of into February before we know who.
But some people don't, you know,
Ever
that would
change.
mean they wouldn't have their meeting until.
Right. Yes.
We're on the 3rd Thursday. So.
Yes. So you probably had to change it in January when that was the.
That's one reason that this set of policies is on the next agenda.
She's organized too.
Yes. The other thing to know is your policy allows you to elect a board president anytime. So if for some reason your board president says, I can't do this anymore. I have circumstances change, I have family, I have personal issues, whatever, you can have an organizational meeting anytime. So if you have resignation of a president, you can have an organizational meeting, that next meeting, and elect a new president.
And it's done in the regular board session,
Mhm.
or not in a executive session?
So all votes for president have to be public votes, and they have to be vocal votes. There was a school district that was, until more recently than is believable, used to use paper ballots. And that's not okay. It has to be a vote in public, and it has to be a vocal vote. A verbal vote. Okay? Anything else about that? Okay, so the next policy that I pulled is BEDBA. So this is about agenda preparation and dissemination. This is definitely a place where you could tailor this, customize this to meet whatever it is that you do in practice. So the board president, the superintendent will prepare the board meeting agendas in consultation with the board president. And I'm assuming that's what happens, and that's how it happens here.
So we've not,
Sort of, to kind of.
yeah, it's not quite.
I'm not always included.
Yeah, no, and I've thought about that recently, and I've thought, because it used to be that we sent it to the board president before we posted, and we've not been doing that, so we need to fix that.
Yeah, and what we would recommend is at least you have, not just send it, but have a conversation with the board president.
Right, that's what I meant.
Yeah.
And I know partly how that came about, and it's because we use board docs,
Mhm.
and all month, we're putting things in the draft.
So you're seeing it as.
Assuming,
Yeah.
yeah, well, and for the board members have access to the draft. And so it became an assumption on my part that board members were looking, particularly the president, and that's not a good assumption. So it's not a good assumption. And that's not critical of Melinda at all. It's just that it's not a good assumption. She needs to okay it before we post
Okay.
and have an opportunity to have us add, delete, change, whatever. So we'll fix that.
Good.
Thank you, Carolyn.
No worries.
The other thing that's in here in your policy is any board member proposing an item for consideration of placement on the agenda will notify the superintendent of the particular item of business at least 5 working days before the meeting. Is that something that happens?
Yes, we do that.
What is that?
It's the last sentence in the second paragraph.
We can suggest things we put on the agenda.
Oh, yeah, and you
We
can,
do that a lot of times.
and they can do it even up till the time we post. I
Yeah.
mean, so. I think I think setting it at 5 days might be a little prohibitive.
The premature?
Yeah, I think it could be 1 day. I mean, that's my opinion. I think it could be 1 day.
Within 24 hours of posting.
Yeah, so 1 day before we post, so that's really 2 days before the meeting. I think that would be much more reasonable for the board members because things happen. Our board meetings are on Thursdays, we post on Wednesday. There could have been something happen over a weekend or on Monday or Tuesday that need to be on the agenda. So I think that's one that we could easily change to 2.
And it says at least 5 days, so it doesn't really apply.
Well, it does. It says if you all haven't told us 5 days before, we can't put it on the agenda. That's why I'm saying 2, meaning a day before we have to post.
Yeah.
So when we bring these up, we
Yeah.
Yeah,
So when you're
that's
looking
one
at
we
this
need to look
policy,
at, yeah.
in the new round of, you might want to
I made myself a note.
look at that.
too.
The agenda and supporting materials shall be distributed to the board members not less than 24 hours prior to the meeting. I mean, hopefully you get it a little bit before that so that you have time to look at it.
It's, as Carolyn says, the agenda is in progress from the end of one board meeting
To the next.
one.
Yeah.
So we can look at it at any time. It's just that I don't do that very well. So that's something I need to start spending a little time instead of reading at night at 2 o'clock in the morning. I should be on board docs at 2 o'clock.
Yeah, forget Dan Brown, to the board.
So, yeah, that's something I need to do.
And I do try to give them a heads up, so like, if it's something that's complex that they really need to spend a little time thinking about, I try to shoot them an email and say, here's a little more complex thing. Or like last board meeting, when I knew that whole section B was going to be next month, I told them, I said, tomorrow, the next day, B will be posted on the draft, so you can start looking at it, because it's a lot of stuff. And I posted it as exactly as it came from the policy advisory, but then I put notes in red in certain places. And then I also made a couple of recommendations for instance, I don't know if you've got the one here about the agenda. We have a pretty set agenda, and so, I changed that one to match what we do as opposed to what ASBA had. And ASBA doesn't care, as long as we've got
It's
whatever.
your agenda.
It's our agenda.
Okay.
But it still means they can change it if they want. It's just, here's the way we're currently doing it. Do you want to continue to do it this way? Do you want to do it some way differently? But so there was an opportunity for, some, and then there are, I don't remember in section B or not, but in some sections, there are some that we're probably going to keep the way we have because we've tailored them to our district.
Right.
And we still make sure they're legal, we still run them by
Right.
the attorney, we still do those things. So, we do pay attention.
Yeah. And that, the agenda one is definitely one that's customizable because there is nothing in statute that says what you have to talk about in the order in which you have to talk about it. There are things that are in statute, like you have to call the meeting order, you have to have roll call, those kinds of things. But there's very little, like the Pledge of Allegiance is not required by law.
It isn't?
No.
And I remember during COVID particularly, and some since then, the whole arguments about, does there have to be a call to the public? And when in the agenda must it be? It has not been a big issue in our district, but, you know, we've all read about how it's an issue in some districts and how it was, particularly during COVID, but,
It would also not required by law, call to the public. That is a choice that most school districts make. You know, they allow it because they want to maintain that transparency and the ability for people to present. But there's no way, there's nothing that says it has to be in the beginning, the end, the middle, wherever. So that also is up to the district. Okay, special meetings also, you know, that has to be posted and all of those things. So let's go to this next one, BEDD. So the rules of order, this is a basic rules of order. And we would recommend that you have much deeper conversations about how your meetings are run. For example, so this talks about you have to have a regular meeting at least once a month during a regular school year. Okay, so technically you only have to have 9 meetings a year because you're in school for 9 months out of the year. Most school districts have meetings year round. Maybe they might skip July, might not, okay? Each action shall require a motion and all motions shall require a second. The policy that I lived by when I was on the board is we didn't require a second policy. They still don't require a second. It's not required by law. It's just your practice. So as Carolyn was saying earlier, making sure that your policy matches your practice is really important. And we see at rules of order, we see at public comment. There are places where sometimes boards are not actually adhering. They're doing what they've always done, but that's not what it says in policy. So make sure that what you're doing is reflected in the policy that you have. The motion to adjourn is an order at any time. That must have a second and a majority vote. You can table something anytime. You may suspend your rules of order, and sometimes boards will do that. They'll suspend their rules of order based on public comment. So if you know you have 100 people to comment, but your policy says you're only going to allow people to comment for half an hour, well, you can't get 100 people in a half an hour, right? So you might have to suspend your rules and say we're going to extend the public comment period. You can, the board president, yes.
Excuse me, if you need to do that, is that a vote item? Is that something that you have to take a vote on? Okay.
Yeah. So if you know something's coming up, you put a motion.
So that says.
Yeah.
Now you know I didn't do very good at school. Didn't read. So.
Yes, but it has to be a majority vote. And the board president can recess a meeting at any time. Doesn't require a second or a vote. The recess can happen. This is something that we changed during COVID because boards were having significant difficulty controlling crowds in some locations. The location I was in is one of them. So this gave the board president the ability to say, hey, we need to cool things down. So we're going to recess 10 minutes. The board's going to exit the room. We can get, let's just get the community calm down, the audience calm down, and then we can continue. So.
And the recess can be longer than a few minutes too.
Yes.
They could recess until tomorrow.
You can recess as long as you, so you can
Specify.
recess, you have to start it within the 24-hour period, but you can recess a meeting. We could recess today, come back tomorrow at 9 a.m. and pick up the same meeting, do the same thing, have the same agenda.
Can I ask a question
Yes.
about Robert's Rules of Order says that a routine adjournment doesn't need a vote. So if at the end of the meeting, if it's a routine adjournment, does there still have to be a motion, a second, and a vote, or can the president declare at the end of the meeting if everything is done? can the president declare an adjournment without the vote?
So we don't recommend Robert's rules, only because Robert rules is made for large legislative bodies, which you are not. But I think whatever it is that you do should be done consistently. So if you always had a motion, a second, and a vote on adjournment,
Do it the same.
do it the same way every time. And that is the thing that we've also been talking a lot about, and I know some of you have been to some of our events the past year. We've been talking about consistency and clarity of what this looks like. So one of the things that often is questioned or not sure about is, if I have an amendment, when do I offer that amendment? When is the amendment considered? Is the original motion considered first, or is the amendment considered first? Okay, so you have a motion to
Adopt a calendar.
adopt a calendar, okay? That you had the materials, the motion is to adopt the calendar as presented. Someone at the meeting says, I want to change the board meetings from Thursdays to the third Thursday to the third Wednesday. So I'd like to amend this to say that the meetings are the third Wednesday, not the third Thursday of every month. What do you vote on first?
The
The
amendment.
amendment.
Right, Robert says the amendment goes first. But it doesn't have to, because you don't have to do Roberts, right? So whatever you do consistently. So if you vote on the amendment first, that's fine.
Let's change the meeting.
Or you vote on the original motion first, that's fine. Just do it consistently. No matter who the board president is, no matter what the amendments are. And if you have two amendments, you would, if your practice is to vote on the amendment first, you would take the amendment that was most recently made, vote on that, vote on the amendment before, and then vote on the original motion, if those two amendments don't pass. But once you have voted on an amendment and it has passed, you don't have to vote on the original motion because that motion has been amended. So I had a school district call me in January, and they had their organizational meeting, and they had a vote for president. And someone nominated a person. There was a motion, a second, a vote. The vote was 3-2. Then after that, someone says, well, I want to be board president. So another person made a motion that that person's board president. And someone who voted in the majority here also voted in the majority on the second vote. So it was a mess. But what should have happened, right? It's been voted on and it's gone. There's nothing else.
Only the people, it was 3-2.
Yeah.
Only one of the three who voted in favor of that original motion.
Well,
Well, you
that's
Do
what
a
Robert
change, but
says. yeah.
that's
Has
what
to be a
Robert
motion to
says.
reconsider.
A
And
motion
somebody
to
who voted
reconsider.
in the majority.
But
Right,
what
but
she's
one of
saying
the other
is-
two people can't
Right.
make a new motion.
Right.
Yes. No, once you vote on a motion, it's over. That's who the board president
It
is.
doesn't matter, Roberts, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, Roberts is not, yeah.
But
No,
that's
I
what I meant,
mean-
does statute allow a motion to reconsider the way Roberts does or not?
It's silent.
Okay.
So again, there's a lot of silence on the way you run your meetings in the law. That's why you all have to know how you run your meetings.
Okay, so this is a key point, because in all of those policies that I put, in board docs for you to look at. So for this policy, the revised one, it has something like this at the top, and then it has board-considered rules. So in this case, it would be really important for y'all to look at that policy really closely and see if there are any of those suggested rules that you don't want to keep or you want to revise, or if you have ones you want to add. Because this month, when we present those, is, and you may want to tell Melinda to say, okay, let's put this policy in the workshop so we can have a real discussion about what it might say. Okay, so, you know, not that we can't have the discussion in the meeting, because ultimately you're gonna decide on the first reading and then, but it might be nice to have some suggested changes in it before it's on the agenda for first reading, okay? So that's one of the ones that you're really gonna wanna pay attention to, because you have some real leeway to make it match what you want to do, okay?
And you know, and the reason that we want to be, the courts are siding on the public's side.
Yes, sir.
So there's a court case in Florida that Moms for Liberty brought against Brevard County Public Schools. Because their meetings, from meeting to meeting, year to year, were being run very differently. So some things that were stopped during public comment one week were not stopped the next week. Or motions were made, the voting wasn't done the same way every single time. So the consistency is really what it's about. And you can decide what that looks like. So if you say, we have a motion, we have a second, we vote, it's over. We have a motion, we have an amendment. Do we have a second on the amendment? Yes, we vote on the amendment. So really thinking of that, the order in which those things happen is something that is important. And it doesn't have to be in policy, it really can be in kind of your board practices, but you need to have it written down somewhere.
It could be in a resolution.
Yeah.
That's usually,
Or a regulation.
a regulation,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. In a regulation, because that's usually the actual procedure you use. Regulations do that. This is the philosophical and legal background.
So we would have to.
Well, we
actually
might have.
start with the-
Yeah, I
Well,
don't
we
know if
might
there's a
have.
regulation, there may be one.
There might be. I don't remember.
I don't know off the top of my head.
Okay.
But you could also create a regulation.
Yeah.
You just would have to run it by.
So if we, as a board, are doing this and then we discover that we have left something off, can we redo a policy?
Anytime.
Anytime?
Anytime. Yep.
Just has to have two readings at 2 meetings.
Yeah.
That's one reason that it's really nice, that if you want that kind of detail, you put the detail in a regulation.
So you
Because
don't have to
remember, the
change policy.
regulations can be done in one meeting. They can be approved or changed in one meeting. So if you've got the legal stuff on the policy and the procedures that you're using to carry out the policy in a regulation, and then you go, oh, we forgot,
So then the regulation can be changed with one
with
board
one
meeting
board
rather
meeting.
than two.
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
Okay. Alrighty, let's go on to BEDH. And this doesn't sound like it's a big issue for you right now. The public comment, public participation.
I really wish it was more of an issue.
Yeah. So when you do have to call to the public, or public, I don't know if you call to the audience, if you
Call to the
call to you know, again, the consistency of this is really important. So that the board president is handling it, no matter who the board president is, they're handling it the same every single time. I had a board president say to me, she called me and she said, you know, when we have called the public, I realize that I am thanking some people and not other people. She said, and it's probably based on whether I agree with them or not. She said, so I need to stop that, right? And I was like, well, I mean, legally you don't, but should you? Yes. Because you don't want to give the impression. So her policy always was, I'm never going to say thank you, because then I won't forget to say thank you. So that was her thing. Other board presidents have said thank you to every single person. Thank you for your contribution, thank you for your comments, thank you for your comments, and whatever. But again, the consistency is important. And, you know, if possible, no matter who's president, to do it the same way would be, I think, beneficial.
Do we have a limit on our call to the public time-wise?
Yeah, 3 minutes. We've been doing 3 minutes.
I mean,
But-
total. I mean, if you
Oh,
had.
no, not a total.
Okay, just 3 minutes per person.
Right, and then, and the board president then, Cass sets a timer. So she hears the time of the law. It's the board president's prerogative to stop it at that moment or not.
Well, really, by
Usually I
policy,
don't- If they're mid-sentence or
Yeah, you wouldn't
mid-thought,
stop
I
it.
shouldn't stop
Yeah.
it.
Yeah,
if the board president doesn't reiterate what the person
No.
said, not at all.
no,
Okay. And you really should, if I understand what you're saying about in the middle of a sentence, but after the sentence is over, you should stop them.
well,
Yeah.
Because you don't want to be in a position where where it appears you're giving more time to some people than you are to
Right.
others. So it is important that you adhere to that 3 minutes. Some other things that boards have done, and these are boards that mostly have had issues with public comment. The district I served on included. Some districts have said if there's 1 to 10 people, we're going to give everyone 3 minutes. If there's up to 30 people, you get a minute. Right, or whatever, so that the public comment doesn't last for 3.5 hours. Because then it's hard to get the business done, because you're at midnight, right, and you're trying to make decisions, and that's what you have to do.
Is that something that should be specified in the regulation then?
It could be specified in the regulation,
in
or
your procedures.
right, or you can put it in your policy too.
Mhm.
Some boards have added, it's 3 minutes or at the discretion of the board president, depending on the number of public comments submitted.
That's a good way to put it.
So the board president can say, look, we have 25, so I'm going to give each of you a minute and a half.
And she states it before the.
Because she states it before it starts. It's in the policy that the board president has discretion, so they can put that limit on there. So there's a lot of different, if you look at some other different policies, like, and I can send you some suggestions, like Tempe Union, Paradise Valley, I think Kyrie has something about the discretion of the board president. So there's some districts that have already made changes to this in policy, so when they go look at it, so when the public looks at the policy, they know what it is.
And then it's, Lance reminded me of this not too long ago. You all cannot respond to what is said. Okay, so footnote to that, question to you, Julie.
Mhm.
So I can think of times in the past where somebody has done the call to the public and the board president or a board member has said, usually the board president, and I don't think this is Melinda, I think this is before, but, okay, we'll look at putting that on the next agenda.
Mhm.
Even saying that probably is not
But
appropriate.
that's okay, that would be
Okay.
okay. So the two things you could really say are, you could direct the superintendent to
Yes.
follow up on an
Yes.
issue,
Yes,
or you could say to the superintendent, please, let's include this on a
Okay.
future agenda item.
Okay.
Those are the two things. So board members can respond to criticism. If you look at item D on here,
The personal attack.
personal attack.
right?
yes.
Now, personal attack isn't calling you
An idiot.
right, an idiot, right? Because that's not really an attack. Or manipulative, evil, right? Evil and manipulative words that were used to describe me. That's not a personal attack, right? And so a personal attack would be something much more damaging, much more,
Boy, what a line.
yeah, just. So
Well,
one of
that you
the,
have broken the law,
or accuse you of breaking
accuse
the
you of breaking the law.
law. Right, accuse you of breaking the law, that is something.
But I'm not sure as a board member, I would want to respond to that shooting from the hip. So, I mean, as offended as I would be.
Well, that is so there is some wisdom in law, because the Attorney General has said that you have to wait until the end of public comment if you want to respond to a personal attack. And in my mind, that is giving you the
Time to
space
think
and
about it.
time to cool down.
Probably true.
And I'll give you an example. So during COVID, there was a video created called Julie Bacon's Conflict of Interest. Don't look it up.
I'm
Okay.
making notes.
But in it was the fact that I worked for ASBA, which is in fact not a legal conflict of interest when I was on the board. And the second thing was that my daughter teaches in the district. And my daughter was 29, 30.
So I am on fire. I am mad. They have brought my child into this. This is wrong. Blah, blah, blah. I am ready to go. If one person says anything, I call the public. I'm going for it. So many conversations later with my superintendent, I get a text message from my daughter, who I have been informing, right? I asked her to call me during prep. I wanted her to know that her picture was taken from the district website and put into this video. So when I called her, I said, call me when you're on prep, I have to talk to you about something. I told her about the picture, and she said, well, what picture is it? And I said, well, the one from the school, that's up there in school. She goes, oh, that's an awful picture. That's not what we're talking about. And she's like, well, it's what I'm talking about. But anyway, we're going back and forth, back and forth. Finally, at the end of the school day, I get a text from her saying, Mom, don't say one thing about this. Don't give it any air. And we're going to focus on doing what's best for kids. If they want to focus on us, that's on them. And I was like, that was when parent became child. Child became parent, right? And that was, the superintendent, I told him, he's like, oh, thank God she said that, because he didn't want me to do it, But at that time, I would say there are very few times that you want to respond publicly. That's just my personal opinion.
May I give an example in our community? We have a curmudgeon who, he's been here fortunately only twice, I don't want to jinx it, but regularly goes to city council meetings, Scott McClure. And he engages in a lot of personal attacks with a lot of profanity, and including wearing caps with 4-letter words on them that are televised. At one of our mayor's last meetings as mayor, he decided to respond. And he had it scripted out, he had it planned. And when Scotty was through, he blasted him as a response, personal attack. The way it was handled, the way it was worded, the mayor, lost that battle because he stooped to the person's level. And I think a lot of people understood exactly where he was coming from. He was boiling, he was frustrated over years and years and years of this. But the way he worded it and the way he did it, and as angry as he was, all he did was empower this person for the next meeting and the next mayor.
And inflame it.
Yeah.
The other thing I was going to say is Lance has pointed out to me that I'm not an elected official, so I can respond. Now, I don't know that I have. I can't remember a time that I have in the last 6 years. That doesn't mean it hasn't happened, but I have to be careful. I don't need to lower myself to whatever behavior it is, or walk into a trap, even if they're not behaving badly, but not walk into a verbal trap.
Yeah, especially the newspapers here,
Yeah, well,
which they misquote.
well, the good thing is that we've not had a whole lot of misquoting, especially since we televise. Since now they can look at video, and so I don't worry too much about that. But I worry more about having control of my own mouth.
And notice even with the city, for example, when they go after Toby during Call to the Public, who's our city manager, and whose ex-wife is one of our teachers, even he will normally refrain from, although he's not an elected official,
Right.
he will normally refrain from inflaming or engaging any of the personal attacks during call.
And I would also encourage you to not you might, if you want to say, I'm going to follow up with you to provide you with correct information.
Yes, I might say that.
But other than that, I wouldn't.
That just
No, but
dignifies,
I would say, that's something I would be comfortable saying, but
responding to something like that just dignifies what they're
Yes.
saying.
Yes.
yes, it
Better
is.
off just ignoring it.
And it grows it.
Yes.
Makes it bigger than it
Yeah.
has to be.
Yes.
Yeah.
So,
It's shining a highlight on it, a spotlight on it,
Yes.
and sometimes that's the last thing you want to do.
yeah. Your policy says presentations for unsolicited services will not be permitted. So if you have a vendor come up and say, I want to let you know about this great thing I have, you do have the ability to stop that person.
Fortunately, that's not been an issue.
Okay, any other questions, thoughts about public participation?
Superintendent shall ensure that a copy of this policy is posted at the entrance to the board meeting room.
It is.
Is it?
Right back there,
Right there?
on the wall,
Ta-da!
right above where the little
You
forms
sign it.
are that they can fill out.
Aha!
So if we make any adjustments to this, she has to.
Yeah. Actually, that is not a copy of the policy, that is a copy of what gets read in the meeting. But there's no reason we can't post the policy there as well.
I think the other thing is, some districts are going to doing that attestation that you have to read, the board members cannot respond to something not on the agenda, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, that's that statement.
So a lot of districts have been doing video for that, so that the board.
We have it recorded,
Yeah, so that's great.
because nobody likes to read.
No one likes to read that. Because you've read it 100 million times, but you're tripping over words that,
Yeah.
like the.
Yeah.
That's why we had it recorded.
Yeah.
And we have some others that we want to get recorded and just let them done, so,
Yeah.
but it's nice to have that one because it's so long.
So long, yep. Okay. Let's go to BHC. Or not. Well, how about that? Okay, let's go to BHC. We're gonna do BHC next, and I'm gonna try to figure out what's wrong with this. It's not working. So BHC is board communication with staff members. And again, this is, you want to be as open as possible, but you don't want to get into solving problems or commenting on, oh, you're right or you're wrong, okay? So this is, the only way that you're going to hear a complaint from a board member or from a staff member is if they've exhausted the entire chain of command. And that this is telling you that, in fact, that's what you should do, is allow them to go through the official channels before it comes to the board. All right, and then BDH is communications with the public.
PhD.
BHD.
I'm sorry, BHD. And this again is just, you have procedures, you have policies, remembering, of course, also the KE through KED policies that you have, which give the public direction on how to get concerns and complaints addressed.
And I think I could be wrong on this, Julie, but I think these may be two of the ones that kind of got combined. But
That could be, yeah. That could be.
I could be wrong on that. But I think it got changed to one of just
Is it-
board communications, and then it has the
Yeah.
various,
Yeah.
various pieces under there. I could be wrong, but
You want me to
It
call
makes
my
some sense.
director, see if he can
Yeah,
increase it?
I was gonna say do a control alt delete. See where it goes. We can get James if you need him. He's next door.
Yeah, do you want to take just a couple minutes to
Yes,
start?
I
understand.
Or President, you need to recess for and say how long.
Potty break for me. I don't know about you guys.
Okay, we're going into a recess for 10 minutes.
There you go.
Very good.
If you need 15, we'll take 15.
Good move.
Answering because the answer line didn't go back because it is an official meeting. And we're starting, so.
I need your help tonight. So if you please.
I took her dinner the other night.
Vote.
I kept saying, we need to stand up for
each
You need
event.
I
some-
learned-
We can do it.
So every day,
I've learned
you're
this
gonna
one
never
for
stand, but
psychology.
that's all she did, she didn't walk or anything.
The reason why I have trouble with things that are
Are
longer
you
than
walking up and
2.5
around
hours
with not much, I
is
said, you
because I
really
am
need to.
an introvert, and I just
That's what they
cannot,
kept telling Gary, you stop
I
moving,
don't
you get
have
blood
the
clots,
patience
period.
or the,
And
so I need
he
10
especially
wasn't
minutes.
moving, even though I was
need 10
exercising,
minutes.
and he was
Yeah.
walking.
Walk
he wasn't
around and
doing enough
Back
of it.
off and walk
Yeah,
around.
That's why you don't
And
see
then
me
blood
at any
clots
after
were
hours
working,
days.
you know, and,
They're like, oh, come,
In
we're
a way,
gonna go,
it was
to, you know, we're gonna go
because
here and
on
do
it,
karaoke,
but-
and I'm like,
yeah, that was coming.
Well,
the last
you know,
thing I wanna do
He
is-
didn't handle, but. you
I
know,
just go to my
so-
room
yeah.
and
That's the way it goes.
I
And
tend
he
to-
would forget things that he.
I go in the backyard.
But it wasn't bad, I mean, I
Yeah.
didn't have.
Although I
it
have to
bad.
tell you, we had our,
My poor neighbor, his
our
husband, had
faculty,
dementia full time.
our employee
Yeah.
event committee
No,
had
he
scheduled the
told me-
night before last Halloween, a costume and karaoke
Yeah, that's what
at
mine was.
a local place.
Was it?
And,
Oh, yeah, you,
so I
yeah,
went
you
for a little
can-
while. It was fun.
especially with the cancer.
But again, it's, you know, the sound thing, so about an hour and a half is about all I can do. And then I'm
So the next thing that we are going to talk about is the board self-evaluation that you did. When did you do this?
This was last year,
2024, it said.
Yeah.
Okay.
We were due for one, in fact, we're due overdue right now.
Okay.
So this is good.
Okay. So let's
Cass
talk.
puts it on the agenda the same time every year,
Yeah.
because she has it on her calendar.
Yeah.
So whenever it is, it's
It's
scheduled.
supposed to be October,
Oh, well, there you
but I was
go.
holding.
So we are behind. We
I
are
was
due.
holding off for this.
Yeah.
Ah, gotcha. Sorry, Julie, didn't
No,
get
you're
it right.
good. No, you're fine. So let's talk about a few things. We'll talk about why we evaluate, review and discuss the results of the evaluation, identify strengths and opportunities, and then plan for the future. If there's anything you'd like to accomplish based on the evaluation. So let's talk about why to evaluate. So it's in your policy that you may evaluate annually. And depending on what you do with your new policy revisions, you may want to put that you will do it. Some districts have put in there that it must be done annually. So that's something to think about. It provides that accountability to the community, to the district, to staff and families, and frankly to yourself. Because you ran for a job and you should be evaluating how you're doing that job. Evaluation, we always talk about it as an opportunity, so it's a flashlight versus a hammer. The flashlight illuminates the way forward. The hammer is not what we want to do with evaluation, right? This isn't to demean or punish or make someone feel small. This is about getting the information you need to improve. Create some strategies and set goals if that's something that you're interested in, and then at the end, measure growth. Did you achieve what it is that you set out to achieve? So before we talk about all these things, let's remember that these are people's perceptions and feelings. You may not agree with them, and that's okay. Recognize this is an opportunity to grow. Remember the flashlight. There's no blame or finger pointing or anything like that. Ask clarifying questions, respectfully with a desire to understand, not respond. And use I statements. I don't understand that. One of the things, and this is a Stephen Covey thing, is we often seek to respond before, what is it?
Before you hear it.
Yeah. We seek to be understood before we seek to understand, right? So we are ready with a statement before the person's even done speaking. Let's not do that. The evaluation is in your folder, on the left side of your folder. I printed that out so you have those results in front of you. So I was just thinking that we would go through this, each of these one by one, and then we can see where you're at. So these first two look like they're very consistent and satisfactory, and the board imparts information on issues, needs, and complaints in a manner that allows the superintendent the opportunity to solve problems in a professional manner, and the board clearly interprets position on controversial matters pertaining to the district, thereby enabling the superintendent to properly carry out the wishes of the board. So that was 100% satisfactory on both of those,
Yeah, we do that consistently.
which is great.
She's a fact
Okay, so let's go to the next page. And that starts with the board disregards personalities and considers the recommendations of the superintendent in an unbiased and objective manner. 100% on that as well, which is great. The board communicates views of personal effectiveness, including views related to the superintendent in a confidential and professional manner. So 100% on that. That's great. Your relationship with the community. You recognize that citizens have entrusted you with the educational development of their children and youth. And that's 100%. Was it just the board that did this, or did you do it too?
No, just the board.
Just the board.
Should she?
Well, the self-evaluation that we use, the superintendent does do that one. but it's written a little bit differently, which is, so that's why. But the reason is because some of the things that ours asks, and I didn't read through this super carefully, talks about how you interpret data, how you do things like that, and the superintendent is doing that. The board may not be doing that. So there's often a kind of disconnect there. So, okay, so this next one is the community expects their first and greatest concern to be the interest of each and every one of you. That's 100%. No matter who they are or their background.
Well, the 2 or 3 that we have per year,
What?
the 2 or 3 comments that we have.
Yes. UNAC policy supporting the efforts of the administration and helping people in the community have the facts about their schools. And to that end, will be ready to provide the finest possible school program. So that was 100% as well. Individual board members treat other board members and professional staff with respect during meetings. That was 100%. Differences of opinion influencing board members or votes are based on issues at hand and not on a personality basis. And that's really important. The issue is what you're voting on, not the personality of the person. All members are conduct themselves in a manner to emphasize that individual board members have authority only when convened in a locally conducted board meeting with a quorum present. So that's great. Board relationships with staff. The board requires the superintendent to recommend personnel for their consideration and consistently adheres to this procedure. So you're not getting involved in who's getting hired, you're just getting involved in the position being hired. Okay. The next one is board members make every effort to become acquainted with the personnel in the district. So this one is 80% needs improvement.
Yeah.
So let's talk about that.
We have made a concerted effort to get into schools at least once a month. We've tried that. We've kind of fallen slack. We slacked off this year. Or since, I mean, even I have, and I'm in there at least because I have foster kids in schools. I think that if we don't show up periodically and show our faces, people don't know that we're interested. I mean, when I was going around selling the TV idea, there was definitely interest because a lot of it got back to Carolyn, and I got my fingers burned a couple times because, as I said, but
Or interpretations, I think you said.
whatever. It doesn't
Misinterpret.
But the thing is, I just getting in there and doing those TV things, and I think Barb, you did one.
I did 2 of them.
You did 2 of them. It was really, really well received that we were there, or that I was there. I don't know.
Yes,
about
no,
Barb.
it was the same.
But maybe we need to go in and get our name on one of their school board things, or not school board,
Their staff meeting.
staff meetings, thank you. Their staff meetings periodically, just to get up and say, this is what the board is doing. This is where our emphasis is. This is what our concerns are. Would you please give your principal any of your concerns and she'll get them to the superintendent and then we'll get them so we can work on those kind of concerns. But I don't think that the teachers and the staff really understand what we do. And there's a lot of dumb policies. We have been spending so much time on these policies. And we should, because that's part of our governance, but that we do other things than that. We're concerned about other things.
The flip side of that is also true, Melinda, that if you all went to faculty, at some of their meetings, whether it's a professional development, a site for professional development, or a faculty meeting, and just sat there, and listen to the culture of that school and the dynamic of, what's going on in their meetings, they'd appreciate that too.
Yeah,
That's not even you having to do anything other than be present.
Yeah, and like, like the open house, I show, I always go, I went to those and up at Fox Creek and stuff this year. And like, whenever I see something that, a program that one of the schools are having, if I can, I try to get the programs to show support to the schools and stuff that way too.
Sure.
It's not necessarily just meetings that we can go to.
Right.
When they've got a music program going on,
Right.
It would be nice, Lance does a wonderful
Yeah.
calendar of things coming up in the next month. It would be nice if the schools, and I don't think he has access to that, but if the school, like
does.
if Diamondback said, we're doing a music program at 2:00 in the afternoon on such and such a date,
It would be great. because
it would be
sometimes I don't
really
even know
helpful
they're
for
going
me
on.
to be
It's
able to
on
plan for that.
Yeah, and they are on the calendar on the website. There's one calendar. Are they not putting them
That's
on?
why-
Have they not been, and that's why we've
They're-
been having the issue?
Yes.
We've appointed, we didn't appoint, we had the principals select somebody to be the PIO for the site, who's supposed to contact Lance and keep things up to date, and it's not been very effective. So we'll go back to
If
that.
that would be helpful.
Yes,
Because
it
even
would.
if we showed up and we sat in the front row, that would be helpful for
It would be
us.
nice to know if you want to go to teachers' meetings, you know when they are.
Yes,
Yeah.
Because
yes.
I don't know about anybody else's schedule, but mine is
Yeah.
that I have to know.
Yeah, I
ahead
have to
know
because
the
I
events, too.
conflict with some of the other stuff
Yes.
I do. So,
Because there are times when
And-
I'm busy, I'm working or something else.
yeah, I just, I haven't done it and that's my fault.
Pretty consistently PD Fridays,
But if we
but
had
if
those,
you had that, if we reminded you so you could put it on your calendar.
Yeah, that's what
these
I
are
would
the
like to do,
PD
know which
Fridays.
schools having it, when
Yeah,
they're having it,
yeah.
and call the principal and say, would you mind if I come, and how do I get there, and where do I go?
and we are all old enough that, I don't know about Judy, but I prefer hard copy. Getting on somebody's website is just
Okay.
sometimes beyond,
Hey,
Yeah.
but I
Gotta make
think
it
that's,
easy.
that's my
Yeah,
age
throwing
group,
another
is I
one
just
or two.
prefer hard copy.
Another thing too that I would like to see is on the school marquees, if they've got a performance coming up, that they're put on the marquee that, music performance on such and such a date or something. Because I know Fox Creek, I mean, I
well,
know.
they haven't had any performances, so
Yeah,
we're having issues with performances there.
You
But
know,
long story, but I know what you're saying.
yeah,
I know they have them next door because I see those every day, but
yeah,
that doesn't mean every site does.
And Diamondbacks are part of the fun,
yeah.
because you gotta get off.
Well,
You
yeah,
gotta
you
go.
have to get off the main road,
We
yeah.
don't go up there to see
Same,
it.
same thing with Sunrise.
Yeah.
If
But-
the school POs could
Yep,
get the information to Lance, and then Lance
Yep.
puts it in that really cool
Yeah.
thing that he does for it, it's
Or-
all color coded.
Yeah,
The yellows and
Yeah,
the
so
greens.
I
Mhm.
scour each school's website and
Yeah, I'm
calendar
not-
before
I'm not-
each meeting, and
Yeah.
it's just a lot of them go blank.
yeah.
I'm not
I
trying
get
to
it.
be nasty.
No, no, I appreciate it.
No,
No, it's
no,
just,
it's
it's
an
been an
ongoing-
ongoing,
it's an
Yeah.
ongoing issue.
Yeah.
But if
Right,
I
if we don't know about it, we can't
that's just it.
But I could just go and sit in the front row, because I was one of those 80% of people said,
Yeah.
I'm not doing my job. I'm not.
And I feel the same, I know.
Yeah.
Other than all the breakfast and stuff
So I
like that.
think in our next review, this is going to be looking just about the same.
Well, and what we can do is create a goal around this
Okay.
for the next year. Okay, so let's keep on going. The next one is board members' personal friendships with district personnel are maintained without allowing them to affect overall board decisions and or policies. That was good. And that's hard, so congratulations. The next one is board relationship to the instructional program. The board makes an effort to keep informed about the instructional program by providing periodic reports as deemed necessary and by periodic visitations to schools.
Yeah, this goes back to that other one.
Yeah.
Yep, it goes back to the visitation, but it also, we'll talk about this, when we're talking about the strategic planning, and how do you monitor the progress?
The reports are there. I think they're dinking themselves here on the visitations to the school. I think that, because they get monthly reports on instruction and curriculum and all of those kinds of things, but I think they're dinking themselves on the visits. I could be wrong, but I think that's what that's about.
Well, and
That's
here,
what we say to you
Oh, okay.
on your evaluation.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Mhm.
well, the other thing is, getting a report is good. But,
Actually seeing it.
well, and listening to it and discussing it could be a different step too. It's just one step further, so the public hears what those
It might
reports
be
say.
just attending one of those PDs, the PDs that
Mhm.
you know, we need to go up here too then.
Okay, so let's go to the next one. Okay, this one's all red. Okay, the board attempts to gain information from the community pertaining to the instructional program needs.
Have no clue how.
I
How do you
don't
do
either.
this?
No.
No clue.
Because unless you're friends and I'm too old, it'd be my grandkids' children.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know how I would get it from the public because my friends are all old.
I think you're dinking yourselves too hard on this one too. Because think about the fact that all of our sites have parents involved in working on the goals, and that, you were there, you hadn't even been in your chair to make the chair warm 2 years ago, to go to the session where they were working on strengths and needs and goals and those kinds of things, and parents are there, and community people are involved in that. Plus the fact that we've reinstituted the strategic planning committee, reinvigorated it, and at least we've invited a lot of community people. Whether they actually will come and participate, and that's part of their concern about, like, call to the public and stuff. I mean, getting people to our board meetings is,
But maybe this is the place where we take our time to go to Columbus. Or
well, that could be
maybe we
too.
take our time to go to
There you go.
the city council meeting and stand up and say, this is what's going on in our schools.
There you go.
right now. We'd like some public comment. Please direct all the comments to Carolyn.
Yeah. Here's her
Well,
name
wait,
and address. And do you do any surveying? Do you do parent
Yes, oh yeah.
surveying?
Well, see, we don't see it. I don't see
Oh yeah,
it.
you do. You get the reports every year.
Okay.
You get them yes, you get them. You get the fall one and you get the spring one.
So maybe that's something, and this is another thing,
It's in
like,
Jen's reports.
this is what always comes out during these sports evaluations, right? You say, we don't see those. And Carolyn says, what are you talking about? We provide them to you.
Yeah.
So that just shows you that
I'm not paying
somewhere,
attention somewhere.
it's not just you, but is
I
that
don't remember seeing
the importance of that maybe needs to be verbally, right? Maybe it does need to be some conversation, and maybe that needs to be talked about at a meeting during, and put on the agenda.
Right.
So it's not that it's not there, it's just that you're not necessarily having conversations
Yeah,
about it.
or, when we're reading the monthly report, we're reading it, but it's not hitting.
And you're like, oh, that's
Yeah.
good.
You know.
Well, we try to put some of those in the workshop. I mean,
Yeah.
and we have to do them. First of all, we have to do them because we have grants. We have federal grants. So we have to have student, employee, and parent surveys. And we did those recently. The problem recently has been when the legislature changed the law that said that we have to have parent permission for their children to do the survey,
Oh, that's right.
okay? And then in terms of parents, getting them actually to do the surveys themselves. And the last, Jen was, because she keeps track, she looks at it every day to see how many people have done those surveys. And our student survey response dropped from like 95%, because we would do it, we'd take a little time during the school day to do it. And now we can only administer them to the kids whose parents have given permission, and that's dropped to like 20% or less. And, you know, and it makes it almost worthless. You know, it makes the survey almost worthless, but you still have to do it.
Carolyn, is there any way we could put out a letter that says, if you do not want your children to take the school survey, please?
No, the law says that now it has to be permission. We used to do that.
So we're gonna opt in
We used
before,
to do,
yeah.
yeah, before it
Now
was,
they all
you needed to opt
out,
out.
remember?
Yeah.
Now, the legislature
Okay.
changed it, it now has to be opt-in.
And that's not just the surveys, that's for photographs, for,
Yeah.
it's so
Yes,
broad.
it just tied our
Yeah.
hands.
Yeah.
Oh, really
And-
did, huh?
Oh, it
Yeah.
really
Yeah.
ties our hands.
That's because, you know, I used to ask my teachers to get things to the newspaper, but now they can't do it. Original newspaper is one thing, but.
Well, but that doesn't change the fact that I can't make sure that we highlight better those reports when they come out for y'all.
Yeah.
I remember Jen, I
Jen
remember
doesn't.
some reports on
Yeah,
that.
Jen, but she went down to, does it once a year, maybe twice a year.
It's twice a year. We do the surveys in the fall and the
And it
spring.
would be nice to know in between years sometimes.
Well, I mean, we're only
First line
obligated to
would
do
be
the
fine.
two.
Yeah.
And it's a pretty big, especially when you're trying to get people to do it,
Yeah.
you know? Staff does it, staff's good at doing theirs. And that's because we give them time at a
During the
PD,
staff meeting.
or during a staff meeting, you
Yeah.
know, here, you've got 10 minutes to do your survey, that kind of thing, so.
Yeah.
But it's way hard now to get student surveys or, and parent surveys. They just
But this
don't.
might be a time to visit with community groups.
Absolutely, I think that's a good idea.
So two things that we talked about, we're actually discussing the survey results, and then create a plan to attend community functions
Yep.
and daily board report.
Yeah.
And again, for things like Kiwanis or Rotary or City Council or anything like that, I'm happy to pull together contacts for you, meeting schedules, well, the public ones, and then the service organizations, and get you contacts for those.
That would be excellent.
Yeah. And the other thing, you know, I would recommend is if you're going to give a presentation somewhere, that you ask Lance to help, and Carolyn help you put something
I
together.
would be one who would say, Lance, I need a presentation
That's what I
for,
would need to.
Yeah.
please do this and I'll pick it up tomorrow.
Yes.
And he's really good at it.
He really is.
Gee, Lance,
Very
see,
patient.
another job.
Job security.
Well, the other thing
Good.
is, the other thing is that if he prepares a presentation, then it doesn't matter which one of you goes to
Yeah,
which
everybody's saying the
organization.
same thing.
You have a real consistent
Yeah,
message,
and that's what you should
Yeah.
have.
and
That's
that's real important, I
That would
think.
be awesome.
You know, a consistent message.
But I wouldn't mind going to a morning Kiwanis.
Of course.
No, I've been a member of
Board
Morning
of-
Kiwanis
of
forever, so
coffee.
I wouldn't mind going back.
Yeah.
And even new Kiwanis, I still know a few people, and
Yeah.
most of them.
Well, we'll set a goal.
Yeah.
We'll do a
Yeah.
goal.
So, you know, develop a plan and strategy.
Okay.
That's a
So
good
you
one.
see there is a need for a role for that. Okay.
Okay, so the board maintains policies necessary to enable the staff to meet the needs of the community, and that was 100%. The board relationship to the financial management of schools, the board established policy and provides some resources, properly manage the finances of the district, that was 100%. The board requires the proper accountability for the expenditure of funds in the district. So this was 80% satisfactory and 20% the board needs a finance course.
Did I do that for you?
We have accomplished
Yeah,
this.
just recently.
Yeah,
this
I was
is-
gonna say, I think I did that.
Yeah, you did just
I
recently.
think I helped you meet
I
that
think
goal.
she's done this twice.
Yeah,
Okay.
since,
Okay.
since
This
we did our
is-
survey.
Yeah.
I think
I was
that
just trying to remember.
Yeah, no, you.
And the other thing, I just want to let you know that ASBA is starting a school finance boot camp for school board members. It's going to be all virtual. That will be happening in the new year, and it's starting in February. And it'll be 6 courses that will be taught by a retired CFO, the Phoenix area. And she's putting together a really good course, so.
6 sessions?
6 sessions.
I might want to attend.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I think it's gonna be good. You know, one of the things, this is obviously in response to some of the districts that are going into receivership or in danger of going into receivership. We want to make sure that board members have the education they need.
Well, even though we're not going into receivership, but we've seen the jar with the marbles a couple times.
Yeah.
That explains it to us.
And a little more detail besides that. But that's a good beginning, right?
But the marbles were great, because it's a good visual.
Okay. Carolyn, you're
I've
going to
had
tell me
to use
about
it.
marbles afterwards.
I've had to use it with staff too, because, you know, they don't get it either.
Yeah. Well, look, it's not, first of all, it's not easy. And second of all, it's so regulated. It's very
Yeah.
complicated.
Yeah. And the thing is, like, Carolyn's marble one, saw that many years ago, the first time she did it, and it was a town hall type thing. And I really think we should try doing that again, because
Okay.
I hear in the public so often is, well, you know, you've got this money, why aren't you, you know, spending it, or why are you guys spending money on this and not that, you know? And I think, you know, the public needs to, if we can do, you know, open
That would
it
be
again
good.
for another town hall.
Oh, I'd be happy to do that.
You know, do that again, because,
And there are still probably people who think that operations are commingled within our district.
yeah,
Yes, yes.
for sure.
yeah. And
Yeah,
so, you know,
which
that's
is
the
not
thing,
the
to
case.
explain it better to, you know, our
So maybe
scientists.
that's, maybe,
Gee, that might be a
maybe that's
steward
one of
role.
the things we go to Kiwanis with, that Carolyn prepares for us, and she gives us her jar with the marbles. She loans us her
Or
jar.
you both.
My several jars.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
But you know, that would be a good presentation.
The visual.
It would be.
We need the visual.
Yeah.
Well, I really believe that once people who understand how schools are funded, there is a light bulb moment,
yes,
and they realize the constraints that you're under.
yes.
Well, that was like the other day on the news, I heard where Kyrene's closing 6 of their schools. They're going after a bond issue right now. And the public are saying, well, if you're closing schools, why are you going after the bond issue? They said, well, we need the money for the M&O because the buildings that are open, we have to, and, the public doesn't understand that because, you're closing 6 schools, so you've got this money, why are you asking us for more money? And
You're
stuff.
closing those schools because you don't have the money to keep them open.
Right.
But you still need to repair the
Yeah.
buildings and keep
Exactly.
running the ones you're keeping open.
Exactly.
I think the only thing on this is that Carolyn gives us a monthly budget,
Yeah.
this money, and I still have problems reading that.
Yeah, I do too.
Like, what's a 2,000 and what's a
Yes,
1,000 and
Yes.
and how come there's a 1,006 or something like that goes over here and it's only 10% and then there's another negative 9% here. And it's just like,
Yeah,
you know,
I don't understand.
mathematics, I even took an accounting class, but it just didn't help. Because that's not math. Accounting
No.
is not math. So,
And that will be covered in the school finance bootcamp.
so
She's
that
got a
would be,
whole
that would be
section
helpful.
on
Reading.
reading a budget.
But maybe when Carolyn gives us those things, she could say, it would be nice if she said, 1,000 means this kind of budget, and,
Well, I can do that.
that
Yeah,
kind
the
of.
100s to 200s, right, yeah.
Or whatever,
Yeah.
what I'm
Yes,
talking
yeah.
about.
Yes.
Yeah.
That would be helpful, and it would be helpful for anybody who's listening, happens to be listening to us.
Yeah.
Well, and the other part is, it's simply also saying, we don't have enough time right now to explain all of these things. Cass, would you go get the purple book? You know what, my purple budget book?
A lot of purple books.
No, yeah, but the new one this year, last year was orange, the year before was green. But sometimes it's just holding it up and flipping through it and saying, okay, we don't have time for me to explain every one of these to you, but they're represented on these lines in the budget, and and then tie it into the big picture. Yeah. I wear these out each year, okay? Because this literally tells me what every one of those numbers and those things mean.
Oh.
So maybe we need a book like that.
And I literally, so when there are certain things like supplies, general supplies. Okay, general supply money, that's a code that I can tell you is, let's say it's for facilities, that's 001-100, 2600, 6610. 3 numbers that represent the site and 4 zeros. Okay, that I have memorized, okay? But we had a reimbursement this week from the Alliance, okay? So for the Alliance, that is our workers' comp company, you know, our organization that we are member clients of. We attended the requisite number of workshops last year to get a rebate. Okay, so we got rebate checks. Now, I don't know why, but we got one for 2023 and one for 2024. They're kind of old. And so my business clerk said, where do I deposit this? I go to this book because we don't get rebates very often, folks. And I had to find the code, okay, to figure out how to code that, to put it back in the budget and not have it be dead cash. Okay?
Yeah.
Because we don't need to add to that dead cash at the county. I need it back in my budget to help pay this year's Alliance bill. Okay? So you see I have things highlighted. Well, you're not going to have time if you go talk to Kiwanis or anybody about that.
No.
But I can certainly loan you my book and you can go and say,
Where does that book come from?
it's actually, there. You can get it online, it's the USFR.
Uh-huh.
But each year some company does this handy version of it. I will tell you, having this size is so much handier than having the binder size, which I can always have, or even online, because I can sit and look at it, you know, easily. I wear the thing out each year. So when I went to the Arizona Rural Schools Association conference, I was walking around the vendor reception the first night, and there was one lying on the table for this group, PG, PC, whatever that is. A couple of years ago, Heinfeld Beach did that, okay? And I said, we depend on these. I said, can I have one? And they said, yeah. And I said, can I have 5? And they looked at me kind of funny, and they said, oh yeah, we've got lots of them, but we only put one out on the table at a time. Because my HR person uses it, my payroll person uses it, my purchasing person uses it, Jen uses it because she has to code things for the grants. Cassie uses it because she has to write requisitions that I need because I cannot write them and then also approve them, okay? So, you know, it's literally the what do all those numbers mean kind of thing. So yeah, you could take it, but you wouldn't have time to tell them about it. But you can say, these are the kinds of things that finance people have to do. I mean, these are the regulations and we have to code things correctly and whatever. So I don't know how helpful that is to y'all, but
Maybe that's something when the board meets on, to redo our thing on in January.
yeah, we can do a workshop on that.
Well, it might be great to just is there a chance to get us some?
I can make some. I don't think I can get any more from these people, but I can get them reproduced for us.
Can you legally?
Oh yeah, because USFR is,
It's all.
that's public record.
It is.
It's public record. It's, yeah, it's just that they make it this handy size. And you know, and there's a part of me that goes, why is this so much easier to use than the binder? I don't know.
Well,
It is. It just is, you know.
It's the way it's bound.
I think, because it's way easier to access than a binder and.
Some color in it.
Yeah.
And it's purple.
This year's purple, it just happened to be purple. But the other thing is, these people, and actually Heinfeld and Nietzsche did before, the little dividers between the sections, they've put these things like, here are the procurement rules. Or here's how you do the building renewal grants. And they even have the,
PGPC.
yeah, and then they have, I saw it a minute ago, where is it? The little guides for, okay, how do you code? And, you know, how do you decide if it's going to be from M&O or if it's going to be from capital? How do you decide that? And I'm going to find those because oh, here they are. So it's like, Okay, so instructional software.
We might not need the whole book, but we could kind of page.
Some pages, yeah. But this says, if it's this, then you go here, and then you go here, and then you go here, and then you go here. Or if it's this here, if it's this here. I mean, they add these little things.
General enough for us to follow. To have the whole book, I'm sorry.
No, well, only because you could do this. Right? Only because you can go this way. You can go, okay, these are the codes.
Yeah. Oh, you mean for the presentation?
Just for a presentation. It's just, here are the codes.
People don't even
That's all.
believe tax credit yet, but,
I know. And then I have a tab here because I have an additional tab here because I always have to look up, and they changed it this year, what the codes are, because when it's capital outlay, you have to decide, is it furniture and equipment? Is it vehicles? Is it technology related? And then within that, is it less than $5,000 each? Is it between $5,000 and $99.99? Is it over $10,000? Because they each have their own code. So, you know, can I remember all of those? No. The ones we use a lot, I remember. The others not so much. I'm sorry to steal the show.
No, that's good. I'm interested in that too.
Okay.
So, yeah. That's great. I'm very interested.
Okay.
Okay. The next one is the board provides justified funding to maintain high quality education program. So the board needs more understanding for the finance part of running school. It sounds like you've gotten that. And you're okay. Board keeps the community informed about the financial needs of the district.
Oh, this is, yeah,
This is all over the place. And some of it is you don't know the language. And I think you could probably come up with some basic talking points about it, right? One of the things that I would always tell people is in Arizona, school funding is equalized. So every student, no matter where they live, is worth the same amount of money. However, communities can provide additional funding through overrides and bonds. So when you hear that a district is a rich district, that may just mean that they have an override.
It means they're property rich. It means they have a
Could be
higher
property
tax
rich,
base.
yeah. But I'm talking about the community people who say, oh, that's a rich district. They don't know that they're property rich.
No, but
They
there's an
just see
opportunity to
things.
say that,
Absolutely.
because property poor districts like ours
Can't do that.
can't do that. So it's not just, we don't want them to just think it's based on people's income, because it isn't just
It's
based
not
on
at
income.
all based on.
It's based on property.
Yeah.
So it's important to say it correctly.
Yes. So I think that there's a way that you all can come up with some talking points and some language that would allow you to explain it to people in a way. The other thing I always talk about is buckets, right? This bucket of
That's the
money
marbles.
That's the marbles.
can't go into this bucket of money, right? Like that's just not, that's not the way this works. So when a new marquee is purchased, we can't use that money to pay teachers, right? So it's not that we don't think teachers are important, it's that that money was set aside for a specific purpose. And if you tell them it's kind of like your own budgeting, you know, if you have a budget, a household budget, where, you know, you have a pretty strict person in the household who doesn't allow money to be taken out of the vacation fund to pay for, you know, this other thing, that's similar, right? If there's a fund you can't touch because that's what your rule is, same thing for schools, but it's legal. It's a legal rule, it's not, you know, like that. So there probably are ways that we can, and ASBA is going to be working on this as well, is to really provide some talking points for board members around that. Okay. Now let's talk about any comments. So, listed order of priority, 4 major problems related to work. Financing, filling teacher positions, community perception, community parental involvement, retaining qualified teachers and staff, continuing the IE program, and making the time for school visitation. Hiring and retention of highly qualified teachers, improvement of academic performance, competitive salaries, and teacher housing. Community awareness with little community involvement and school awareness. We have to start getting out to schools more. So those, I think we captured all that in what we talked about before. List any weaknesses you observed in the operation of the school system, communication with the community about financial needs and finding teachers. Can't think of any. Academic performance, and the housing project.
It's done. I mean, it's as done as it's going to be right now. So that one's,
That was tough. Okay. And then list any significant accomplishments made by the school system implementing IE. IE is what?
instructional empowerment. And that's a contract we have with an outside contractor to improve our instructional delivery system.
Okay. Filling with teacher vacancies, moving forward with the DEN project.
That's the housing.
The housing. The outside consultants, and IE again. Okay, what else do we need to talk about as it relates to board evaluation and board performance?
Well, it sounds like we need to set some goals.
Yes.
And I think that that's what we have not had in the past. We kind of set some verbal goals like, well, I think we need to get out in the schools once a week or once a month or
Right.
whatever. But we haven't really done any actual goal setting where we can say, like Carolyn's saying, we've done 50% of this, or we've done 75% of this.
So you could have goals, the goals, there's kind of 3 goal areas that I came up with as we were talking. One is getting into schools and doing visitation. One is talking to community groups. And the other one is learning how to discuss the school finance.
3 perfect ones.
So what I will do is I'll write a couple of goals for you, and you that are SMART goals, and you can revise them any way you want. Okay. So we'll be talking, so one will be about visitation, and so from January 2026 to the end of the school year, each board member will visit one school per month.
You know, one thing that was not on here is, it goes back to the last page. Achievement and test, it's the last, it says IE, but it doesn't read. That's not important, but what's important to me is we have not seen in the 6 years that I've been on the board any kind of real achievement and improvement in scores. And I think I've heard this a million times, and they don't, and they care. But, you know, the thing is, I think that we, as a board, should be more in on this a little bit. Not in the weeds. You know, Carolyn's pretty good at keeping me out of the weeds. But I think that we need to have a goal. Because this goes back to our mission statement. Our mission statement is we're going to do the best we can for kids in their education, and we obviously haven't been either recording the right scores or getting the right results or teaching the right way. So
We do have goals, and they're part of the strategic plan, but it's that part that gets added as opposed to the whole big committee doing it. And so, once again, it's maybe being involved at the building or site level when they're working on those goals each year. Would that help address it? Because the board just setting goals that might or might not match what's happening at the site level and at the district level. I mean, you could tell us your goals, and then we have to figure out how to make that work based on the data we have, and that's kind of backwards. At least from my perspective, that's backwards.
Well, the board's goal would be a very general goal, right? Improve student achievement,
Absolutely.
right? So that is the goal. But if you're not talking about what's happening every single year, if you're not looking at data regularly as a board, you're not going to know whether that's happening.
And we do see data, and we've had lots of data given.
Well, you get it, but maybe what we need to do on our side is bring it to you in the sense of, let's have a discussion about it. What do these data mean? That might be better. I mean, that might be part of it.
Even if you put a small goal in, like improve 1%, I mean.
They have those
I know
percentages
they
in
do,
the
but
goals.
they're not meeting them.
Well, you have to set realistic ones, number one.
Yeah.
And then number two, I mean, there's so many factors. So I actually had something ready for today if it came up. And if it doesn't today, that's fine, because I will put it on the agenda for the 20th to talk about our letter grades and talk about, because now that they've been released just this past week, and what they mean, what they look like for each of our sites, why we have the letter grades we have, and then all the factors that, first of all, the factors that we've changed in the last 4 or 5 years, the factors that impact. I have a PowerPoint thing ready to go. You know, so, but then it would give us a place to talk about some of those things. It would give you all a place to ask questions. It would, and once again, you're talking, Jen provides data all the time. So we have, you know, we have a new in-house benchmark system this year. And the reason you didn't get that report at the last meeting was it didn't close until the day after the meeting. So that's why we didn't have all the data yet. But we have that. So maybe it is spending more time in those workshop times, sharing those data, and you talking about them and asking questions and saying we would like this to be a little different or whatever. Is that reasonable?
Sounds like a way to at least approach it.
I need something,
Okay.
because I think that we're failing our kids. And I need something to say to me, you're thinking wrong.
Okay.
I just need something, you know, something positive that I can see.
Okay. And if it's not positive, it is something we better be addressing,
Yeah.
because that's what we do.
And attainable goals.
Well, that's why some of those percentages, people look at them and they go, well, this one is, okay, so right now the state passing scores for ELA is 33%, and the state passing score for math is 40%. Okay, that's the state. Okay, we look at where we are in relationship to that. Okay, let's say we have exactly the same numbers, just for sake of discussion. We have exactly the same numbers. Where would we want both of those to be? Well, we'd want both of those to be over 75%. Okay, but setting a goal that next year this 33% is going to be 75% is ridiculous. It's unrealistic. It's, you know, it's impossible. And so you set a goal of what do we think is doable plus a little bit of a challenge. Okay, and looking at school district wide. Okay, let's say it's that 33% in ELA. When for things to change and grow, you're educators, you know this. It doesn't happen fast. Okay, so a reasonable might be, say, 38%, 5%. You know, and yet when people look at that, they go, "What? Your goal is 38%?" Well, yeah, when it's 33% right now, that's a stretch goal.
Well, and 38% what? Proficiency?
Yeah, that's huge.
Or
A 5% change in
or do you want-
proficiency is
yeah, or do you
huge.
want every student to have a year's growth
Right,
every
Yes.
year? Is that the,
I would much prefer having every student have a year's growth.
right.
right,
Yeah.
Than a
Right.
percentage point.
But when the state reports and when the public sees, I hate those letter grades. I hate it because, but it's the only thing going right now in terms of what the public sees. What the public sees, okay? And so, yes, I agree with you. I want every student to have a year's growth. So that growth piece of the formula that's used to determine that letter grade, and it's 50%, to me, that's the most significant piece of that. That growth, that's the most significant piece to me. But it still isn't showing necessarily that every student's making a year's growth. We can show that more on our local data than on the state data. But what does the public see?
They see the state data.
They see that state
They see that
grade.
letter grade coming out and you're D minus.
Well,
I can't remember the grade.
They're just Ds, A, B, C, D.
A, B, C, D.
Yeah,
But I'm saying that, they look at those and then they judge everything.
yes.
And they don't judge the hardships of the district, the population you're serving. They don't do any of the variables.
That's
that
right.
are involved.
That's
Well,
exactly right.
And so that's why an examination of data that's
Yes.
not just related to proficiency and done frequently is
Yes.
important. And
We are actually, I'm sorry to interrupt you, Linda. We are actually getting more usable data from our new benchmark system because it's letting us see, are we addressing proficiency of the standards? Number one. And are we addressing them at the level of difficulty that's appropriate for that grade level? And can we identify what is missing that's keeping these things from happening? We couldn't do that with Galileo. We can do that with the new system. So one of the things, especially with the screeners, because they go together, well, okay, one of the things we're learning is that we have, for example, a whole lot of fifth graders, relatively speaking, an unacceptable percentage of fifth graders who are reading at the first grade level. Okay, now I picked fifth grade because fifth grade has to take the science test. What is the science test? It's a reading test, okay? So expecting students to do well on the science test when they don't have the skills, the foundational reading skills that they need is, that's spitting in the wind, okay? But what it's telling us now is exactly which skills are missing so we can go back and fill in those gaps. Our choices for the new, for the screeners and our choices for the new benchmark are giving us much more detailed data that our folks are going back and building into their planning and those things than we've had before. Now, when are we going to see the results from that? Next year? Maybe. I mean, we can already start, we will already see a little bit by the end of this year. But next year is when we might see more results from that because we will have had a year of intervening and doing those things to fill in the gaps.
what benchmark system
We're using I want to say DNA, and that's not right, DNR. And then we're using FastBridge. It's all from Renaissance. Okay, and they mesh together. We've never had a math screener. This is the first time ever that we've had a math screener K through 8, ever. And it's showing us really good data for what to do with our math. We've never had an ELA screener for 5th through 8th. We now have an ELA screener for 5th through 8th.
This is fine that we, have this, but we've been in school since August.
Yeah.
And we as a board, have not seen any of those results.
No, because it didn't close. The testing
Why did
didn't
it take
close.
from August to?
Because we didn't start as early, and here's why. Because remember, we asked you all, do we want to do the 3 times a year assessments? Or do we want to do 4 times a year? And you all said 4. Okay, one of the downsides, Renaissance has 3, but they're all based on the standards for the whole year. So the other part you all wanted, and that we frankly agree with, is assessing based on what is actually being taught each quarter. And then the next quarter, it's those 2 quarters. And then the next quarter, it's those 3. Okay, there was not a first test. Jen had to create it. So it took her a few weeks to create it. Because, and they have the test bank, which is wonderful because a whole lot of the test bank are items that have been in state testing but are retired, okay? But they're also from the other tests. So it took a little bit to build those tests because she had to build them kindergarten through 8th grade. So we didn't start them as early as we will start them next year. You will have those results much earlier next year because we can give them earlier.
So you have them now, though?
Yes, and it'll be on the November agenda. So those results, yeah.
I think it would be really great if you had a teacher team or a site team come and actually talk you through how they look at that data.
Oh, that would be good.
And teachers say, okay, these are the things that jump out at me, and here's what I'm going to do this. So that you know, these are the skills or the standards they're not meeting. What's the first step? What's the next step? How do we address these things? And it sounds like your teachers are probably still learning this.
They are learning it, and they have PDs regularly. They are learning it. They are using it. We do PLCs every week for them to then use those data plus the other things that they're doing, that they're learning to create their new plans. And then create the tasks that will let them know that they have taught it and students have learned it effectively.
So, I just want to jump ahead here a minute, because there's something in here that I think will be helpful to you guys. So, a progress monitoring calendar. So this is where you create a calendar where you're going to look at data sets every month. And those data sets might be different. Yeah, it's on the last page, sorry. And I just made this up, so don't.
So we could tweak it.
I just made it up. And there will be a breakout session at annual conference. Some of the unions going to be doing during pre-conference a session on how they do a progress monitoring calendar. So every month, every meeting, so their meetings are more than once a month. But this I just made once a month, because most districts do once a month. So in December, you want to talk about academic achievement and as it's related to attendance and absenteeism. How many kids are chronically absent? And what are their achievement levels? And how can teachers make academic progress with kids who are not here most weeks, but a couple times a week? So that's something to do. But you would look at you look at attendance numbers, you look at chronic absentee numbers, you look at the academic progress of those students who are chronically absent. And that might develop a goal, right? That might give you something to say, hey, we got to do something about chronic absenteeism. Because our test scores are not going to improve unless students are in the classroom and teachers are teaching them. So there's all sorts of things related to achievement that you can look at. The second one I have on there is just looking at your benchmark testing data for ELA, which it sounds like you're going to be doing some benchmark testing data in your November meeting, so you'll have a sense of where you're at. So number of students on track to proficiency, number of students demonstrating growth, the intervention strategies being used to increase growth and proficiency.
Julie, I like these things that you've got here, and especially for the board. The one that I would throw out, and I'll explain why, is the December one on chronic absenteeism. And here's the reason. To have our folks spend time, whether it's the board members or the teachers, on developing a plan for a subgroup that's not there is a huge amount of effort for a group where we might get limited results when what we really want is for them to be in school. So
Right.
the real
So this-
target is not what plan we're going to do to teach them as they're chronically absent.
The plan is.
The plan is how are we getting them to school?
Right.
And so it's not the whole thing here, but it's the,
So that
looking
would
at
be
the
under the
academic
follow-up
progress, because
meeting.
I will tell you, the academic progress of those kids is poor.
Right,
I mean, we all know, I mean, that's logical.
right.
Whereas the things that, the plans that are in place for what are we doing for our students are subpopulations. So especially when it breaks down like the thing that gets reported to the public, EL, special ed, those things. And so we're putting our eggs in those baskets. What are we doing? What planning are we doing to differentiate and improve things for Title I kids, for EL kids, for special ed kids?
Well,
for
and
those kids?
some of this, though, I think some of this is, it's not just about what's happening in the classroom. Like, what can the board do in
Yes,
terms of allocation?
Carolyn is doing her job right now. This is Carolyn's job. It's not our job. Our job is to ask Carolyn about this and how it affects.
Mhm.
So basically, I'm not going to be concerned about how she fixes the absenteeism, if it exists.
It does.
Okay, I'm not concerned about how that's fixed. I'm concerned about the results of the fixing.
Mhm.
I'm not concerned about how it goes.
Yeah.
Right.
you know,
So
there's
gotcha.
no-
The follow-up needed, right, that column, the follow-up needed is, they need a plan to address chronic absenteeism.
Yeah, and so.
It's not even necessarily what's happening in classrooms.
Yeah.
Because if they
Oh,
were in
no,
the
it's as a
classroom-
district, we have
And
things
it would
going
not
on.
be, it would not be at board level, this would be at Carolyn's level.
It could be at Carolyn, but it could be at the board level for Carolyn says, you know, I don't have anyone who can call these people. Like, I don't have anyone who can do X, Y, Z. And the board says, okay,
Maybe we need to hire
maybe
somebody.
we can hire somebody.
Yeah, well, in this case, we do have people, so, and
But the
and we're
thing
doing,
is-
we do have a plan. So, and I get it, you're doing this in the dark without knowing
Oh, I
what we
have no
already
idea,
had.
yeah. This-
Which is also why I thought the first one is probably not one that the board even needs to address, but they need information about it. They need to know what we're doing.
Yes.
So you do need the information. And then to give me
And
any
that's all-
ideas
that's
that,
all what we're
and
doing.
then give me ideas for anything that we maybe have missed, because we got a whole team of people working on those. So,
Exactly.
but yeah, if it's information, we can do that easily. Woo!
Yeah, and the other thing is, sometimes you don't need to have a presentation. So the board, I mean, you do need it so the board has the information. But sometimes the value of presentation is letting the public know,
Yes,
letting the people who are doing the work know that they're appreciated,
yes.
right? That there is
Yes.
the opportunity for the board to have that impact, right?
Yes.
With staff to say, thank you for what you're doing. Can we make this, is there a way, if we did this, would it make it easier? If we changed our policy on X, Y, Z, would it make it easier?
That's it.
Right? So
I like it.
it's not just about the information. It's about how you use the information and the feedback that you give to people who are working really hard to make this happen.
Well, and part of what you're saying is, the assumption, now that I'm thinking about it, is, the assumption might be, if we have high chronic absenteeism, which we do, at some schools
Everyone
more than
does.
other, every place does.
Nationally. It's-
Since COVID, it's horrible. But the assumption, a reasonable assumption on your part as board members, is that we're not doing anything about it. So that's the value of a report, is so that I can say, oh yeah, we have this team of people, and here's what they're doing. And by the way, 2 awesome school resource officers who are out there knocking on doors and saying to parents,
But then,
your kid needs to be in
not
school,
only
but
do we need
you wouldn't
to-
know that.
Not only do we need the team to know that there's a team,
Right,
but we
right.
need to know the results of that team.
Yeah, yeah.
And we need to know, we need the data to back up.
So
So that we can call in the team and say, good job.
right. Or you can say,
Yes.
okay, we improved 2% in chronic absenteeism. What, 2% doesn't sound like a lot, but maybe that's 50,
Huge.
maybe that's 50 or 30 kids. That's a lot.
It's huge,
So you have to really, I think there's,
it's huge.
putting it in perspective is also
Yes.
important.
So is,
I'm sorry, Melinda, and in terms of our budget, because that's average daily membership, that's attendance. And getting us as a district above 90%, I mean, you know, your target's 95. I don't know what it is right at the moment, but a couple of years ago, it was at 87% as a district. Well, that 3% kills us budget-wise. So yes, it's critical.
is it within my purview to say we as subcommittee of the board to put together a progress monitoring calendar in conjunction with Carolyn, of course? Could two of us, two people on the board get together with Carolyn and put together one of these things?
You could. I mean, frequently what happens is the superintendent, I know in Tempe Union, because I went through this summer with them, their progress monitoring calendar for this year. The superintendent put together a calendar, and they talked about it in an event like this, kind of very similar study session, and said, okay, well, I don't want to do it up, right? There were some things that the board was like, that's not our focus, so let's move that, let's put something else in there. So it could be done anyway. A couple of you could get together with Carolyn and do it. Carolyn could do it, present it to the board, you could give her feedback.
Well, I was just thinking that if we just gave this to Carolyn to do, then she wouldn't know what kind
Yes,
of data
exactly.
that
Right.
we really want to have.
Yeah.
So that we really do need
Yeah.
some input, so that to
Yes,
help her,
of
because
course.
she's got
Yeah.
enough on her plate. She doesn't need one more thing that we could possibly help with and have input into.
Yes.
And make us feel like we're doing our job, as well as just going up and saying, yep, you did a good job on the budget, so here's my signature.
Right.
You know,
And it's an organized way to present a lot of the data that we present anyway, that either Jen presents or Amanda presents or Kate presents. Those are my directors. Instructional services, special ed, and EL. They have reports every month. But if we did it, if we
But they're
presented
all
focused
written.
to them,
They're all written.
they're all written, and if we do them, if we pull those and focus on one set a month, but it needs to be whichever data that you all want to see. We can do that. That's a great idea.
Data is there for us.
I really like that idea. Well, because it has to be overwhelming. I can't imagine you all.
I cannot read all that stuff. and
Exactly.
put it in my brain, so,
And-
you know,
exactly.
putting it on paper is-
And digest it.
Mhm.
Right, I get that.
Um,
I get that.
Okay,
This
so
would be
maybe,
more
maybe at
organized.
the next board meeting, we'll put together a committee to work with
There you
you
go.
to put this together.
There you go.
And
I like
have
it.
something like,
I know we can't have three on it, but we can have two.
yeah, one quarter have, the benchmark scores, one quarter have the special ed giving us the report and what they found. So that the directors only every 3 months have to really
Right.
give us a full report and come and present it to us verbally and rather than
Yes.
just reading it and stuff. And then
Yes.
if we have questions, we can ask them.
Yes.
It's a lot easier than, any questions on the report.
We don't want
and
to
stuff.
play stump the presenter either.
Well, no,
No, but you would, because you're a good board, you would submit your questions before the board meeting.
yeah, or, when they explain it, if we're not sure, then, just somebody asks, well, could you
Yeah.
expand on your explanation, and,
How do the rest of you guys feel about that, actually putting together a committee with Carolyn?
No, I actually like that because by breaking it down that way, we're not, looking at those letter grades is like a parent that looks at a report card.
yeah.
And all they see are A's, 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 but they're not seeing that standard your child is not doing well in or whatever. And I think that's kind of the same way with the school school report cards. But if we can break it down so you can see third grade language arts, they were at 35% and they moved up to 38%, then you can say, okay, they've made some growth. And that's what I always look for is growth. Because to me, that's far more important than, to me anyway. But if we could break it down to that piece, then you don't feel, you feel bad because, you look at the grades, but at least okay, we're getting there. There's baby steps, but we're getting there. You know, and so you can kind of say, okay, keep on going, you know. So I'm good with that.
So maybe we can put that on the agenda. The other thing is, I like Julie's suggestion that a site committee come in.
Yeah, I like that too.
I like that suggestion, so that might be on this monitoring.
And talk about what you're doing in your PLCs.
They could just do a PLC. I mean, the best way to do it is bring them in and have them sit around a table and you all watch and listen to them do it. Yes? Isn't that what you had in mind?
I mean, I think that'd be great.
How, you know, what do they
I'm just
do?
needing I'm just needing any and every piece of information I can get.
Sure,
So,
sure.
yeah. that
So
would be-
it's really a demonstration of what's happening every day
Yes.
that people don't know.
Yeah,
It's happening every
we
day,
Yes.
including the board, right?
And we need to see that just to make sure that we stay on task.
Mhm.
Yeah, because, having you go visit or sit in on a faculty meeting it would be informative and useful for all of you. Trying to plan it so you could go sit in on one of their PLCs becomes a lot more problematic because those are 45 minutes at very specific times and, and that kind of thing. I mean, that would be ideal, for you to watch them with productive struggle, because that's really what it is right now. Learning new things, learning how to deal with things, and it's struggle, but it's productive struggle because they end up with where they're going next. And that's literally happening for every grade level weekly. For weekly.
Is this on Friday?
No, this is during the week, during their planning time.
Wow.
And some of the teams recognize that they have such a job to do that they do it 2 days a week. And it is struggle and it's work. But we're beginning to see the difference in classrooms. We're not seeing it yet in the state test, the state outcomes. We're seeing it more in our local outcomes. We're seeing that difference, but it's a struggle. It's a struggle for them, and it's work. It's hard work, but it will pay off. Just take some time.
I mean, and doing it in public would be
Tough.
It would be hard for the teachers, right? It'd be hard
Right.
for that group that's in the PLC, but it would be really informative
Yes.
for your public. And since you stream, then you have a video recording of it, and you can ask anyone who doesn't understand education to watch it. It can be used as an educational tool,
Yeah.
not just for you guys, but for parents, for community members.
Okay.
And to recognize the work. It's work.
It is hard work.
It is work. And it's what we sign up for as teachers, as educators. It's what we sign up for. But people don't see it. Nobody ever sees that piece.
Yeah. You don't, and it is difficult. Okay. So, we have just, what do we want to do first? Do you want to do a break? Do you want to get lunch?
I smell food.
I smell food.
I know I did too.
I don't have much sense of smell, and I can smell how good it smells.
Let's go ahead, let's have some lunch, have a working lunch, bring our food in here and talk.
Okay.
Strategic planning, we've got to explain to you what's going on right now in the district.
Yes.
with Strategic planning, because there is some going on.
Yes.
It's not at the board level. It's at the superintendent community level. The board, there's a couple board members that are involved, but I'll explain it to you
Yeah.
and you'll see how it's
What's happening.
evolving. Because it's a good.
And I don't want to go over something that you already did.
Yeah.
So, we
We'll
can just kind of
explain it to you
scoot
and
through
see
that.
what you like
Yeah.
to-
Okay.
Would that be okay with everybody? Have lunch?
Yeah.
We're in recess for lunch and then we bring it in here and we go on, because we're gonna run out of time.
We are.
We're gonna do it as a working lunch?
Sure.
Okay, so you might want to say recess for 10 minutes while people get their food? And then
Do I have to say a time? Okay,
Yeah.
10 minutes.
so are you getting your food?
I think we should do 12.
12 minutes for Fred. 12
13
minutes
and
for
a half.
Fred,
Are we having
because I'm
lunch?
sure
Yeah.
Fred has to get an extra 4
Oh,
or
I'll
something.
tell you.
No, 13 and a half.
Who brought the donuts in?
Cassie,
Okay, she needs to be give a pat on the back, because that helped my sugar level.
Sugar always helps.
You have to, you want some more?
There's water and there are other drinks.
Okay, we're doing lunch?
Oh, okay, no, water's fine, I just need some ice
No,
too.
Oh, well, you can come down and you can get some ice. If you need ice, we have ice in the kitchen.
So there's tacos or nachos, guys.
Or both. Okay.
There's so much.
How much?
Yep, I am.
You deserve it, donut?
Tell them carefully what it is.
I think we're good.
Okay.
Okay, so I just want to talk a little bit about strategic planning. That's something that Melinda and I spoke about, and it sounds like you're doing it, but I think it's good to lay kind of the framework of why we are concerned with strategic planning. So the purpose of a plan is to provide some of these things. Clarity, what's important to us? What's important to the board, the community, and the district? What is going to bring us together to work towards that? What are the things that it provides that unity? It gives direction to where you're headed, focus, are we on track? And accountability, are we progressing? Okay, so it sounds like you've started and you have a committee, so I don't want to do all of these things.
Well, let's explain a little bit what we have.
Yes,
So
let's
maybe
do
you
that.
want to go through some of this.
Yeah.
Carolyn's going to help me here. She has put together, this is, it's part of your, part of her.
My performance goals.
Okay.
And she's put together a group of community people. She's asked 1 million people and only half of them
Yes,
show
of
us. And there are several things. I know that I'm on the brand new committee, which is enrollment. You know, why enrollment is dropping. That's the committee I'm on. Fred is on, you're on the building committee, right?
Facilities, sure.
And then we have one on
Yeah,
curriculum, not curriculum, progress, student progress, right?
Well, that's the one that doesn't meet with this group, but that's all of it's the academic goals and those things, and that's all done at the sites and at district level. We have one on community engagement, community, and then we have one on community resources.
Great.
And what's the fifth? Recruitment and retention and recruitment.
Mm-hmm.
So there are 5 committees of
Staff.
employees, yeah.
Okay, great.
But there, each committee has a community member on it, sometimes 2 or 3. The chamber was here, Quantus was Quantus here this last time?
They were
Lance was here, too.
invited. I'm trying to remember which service clubs were here the last time.
I
Somebody
know
said-
Sheila was here, Sheila,
Yeah,
so she's
so she's
Kiwanis.
Kiwanis. Somebody was
anyway.
representing Women's Council.
So anyway, the community is involved.
Police,
At not the level that I would like to see.
no, we'd love to have
And I
more.
don't think that Carolyn, it was at the level that Carolyn invited. I'm sure she invited many more people than,
But the people who were here from some of those other organizations took it very seriously.
very
Very
seriously.
engaged.
Everybody,
might
I think
actually-
everybody did.
Yeah, and they might actually represent multiple groups. So for instance, Boys and Girls Club, because that's a serious partner of ours. Emily was here. Emily represents a couple of different organizations in the community. So, I mean, you know, sometimes one individual could represent 2 or 3 different.
They're carrying different jobs.
Yeah, they
And
are.
for example, the police chief, the former police chief, was at our first meeting. He had just retired. His interim had started, but our SRO came, and our SRO took it very seriously, probably more so than the chief would have. I think.
No, I was very, very impressed with the people that were here. This was, the first one was sort of an organizational meeting, at least for the group that I was with, because we were so brand new. I mean, I came in here and there was a table right there, so I just sat there. I was there for myself, and then all of a sudden, Carolyn got up and started talking about enrollment and whether it's birth that's down or whether it's milk the state can get. No, she didn't use that, but you know, those kind of things. Why was it? And so that committee just instantaneously formed. And so I think that we have a meeting coming up in December, right?
November.
November.
It might not be until December because one committee has not completed their work.
Okay.
I received it.
Oh, you did?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
So each of these 5 committees was given has assigned themselves a job. And are going to come back then in November or December to do a report.
Great.
And then it gets presented to the board to become the board's strategic plan.
Okay.
So we're starting on it. So
That's
does
great.
that help you with this?
Yes, yeah. So you're past some of these things, so I'm gonna keep going through. So one of the things that I think is important is to identify what the board's role in each of these is and the administration's role. So you have your area of focus because you have your committees. Those are your areas of focus. Right? Those are the things that you're focusing on. You're in the process, it sounds like, of creating goals for each one of those.
Smart goals.
And so with the areas of focus, right, this is a place that the board can help identify what those are. The administration, right, would provide the information you need to decide what those are, which is already been done, which is great. You know, once those goals are made, it sounds like you'll be bringing them to the board for approval, and the administration is part of that development of goals, as are the committees, which are very important. But you're going to get buy-in from your whole community. You've got to have a lot of people involved. Then once you start talking about goals, you'll have some objectives and some tasks. That's really where the board is going to back out and stay at that 30,000-foot level and provide oversight. It doesn't mean that you don't get feedback or you don't provide context to things, but you're not necessarily in the actual work. So for the academic achievement, for example, that's going to be your teachers doing that work, right? They're the ones who are going to have the tasks to do. And the superintendent's not really involved in the day-to-day of that either, right? The superintendent is delegating these tasks for completion. These are the things that have to happen for us to reach this goal. And then you look at the outcomes. Once after, a full year, have a review of it, or you can review it biannually, depending on how you want to do it. But your job is to say, okay, this is what you've been doing. Is it working? If not, why not? And is there anything the board can do to impact that? So, do you need funding? Do you need, for staff positions? Is there a policy change? Is there something that's happening that we can have an impact on? So, just understanding that the board isn't involved in, the day-to-day stuff. It's the same thing, but since it's a district strategic plan, it feels a little muddier than the actual job of the board. So it's really that providing oversight, providing feedback and guidance, but not being directly involved necessarily.
As individual people, they could be involved in the the activities of one of those subcommittees.
Yes.
So one of the things, I'm on the facilities one with Fred. And so one of the things that we are wanting to try to explore, I'm going to have some involvement in that, and Fred's going to have some involvement in that as individuals.
Yeah, as community members.
As community members, so.
So what's going to happen is Carolyn and these 5 committees are going to present to us, and then do we prioritize? Do we say, like, committee 1, we're going to set you first and we're going to work on you first? Or do we just go for the 5 committees and say each committee is going to do their own thing?
I mean, you've got to have, in a strategic plan, you're going to have multiple parts moving at all times. So I think you created committees that really are your areas of focus, the things that you want to improve around. And I think those have to be going simultaneously. Because you want to move forward in all areas. Now, you don't want to have each committee have 14 goals, right? They have to have goals that are, you can actually get done. And sometimes the goals have to change because you don't have the resources. You thought XYZ was going to be the thing to do. Well, XYZ didn't work, so let's go figure out what is going to work. And here's what we know from the experiences we've had. The school really should be ABC. So I think you just let them work simultaneously and independently as much as they can. They may not be able to work completely independently, but.
Well, and the goals for the recruitment and recruiting and retention committee, because when we started this a year and a half ago, that committee moved forward. And so they accomplished some things. So this time when they met, they created some new goals.
So I think, but the board knowing what each of the committee's goals are, what the tactics are, the tasks that we're going to be doing to get there, the steps they're taking, and then the outcomes. And the most important part is the outcomes. I think a lot of us when we do strategic planning, we think, okay, we did it, it's over. But it's not. That's the beginning. And so, and it's never over. Your things that you achieve around enrollment, there's another it's like whack-a-mole, right? Something else is gonna pop up. Something's always popping up that you gotta deal with. So, we also talk about strategic plans being 3 to 5 years. I mean, a good strategic plan maybe is just in continuity, right? It's just like whenever, you're always looking at it, and you're always updating, and you're always creating new goals and new tactics. So the outcomes is what we mostly don't look at. And I think that's what that progress monitoring calendar will really help you focus on, is what work did we do? And was it successful? If it was, yay, what's the next thing? If it wasn't, why not? And what can we do to make it better? So I'm not going to teach you that. Your vision, right, mission, your values, you have a mission statement. I couldn't find a vision on.
We did a vision, we did a mission and value statements instead.
Okay.
Oh, thank you.
So this is your mission statement: student-centered environment that cultivates character, promotes academic excellence, and embraces diversity. Students will achieve their maximum potential and become productive citizens, providing a lasting contribution to our society. And then your belief statements. We believe that all students should expect success in academic achievement and goals. We believe that lifelong learning is nurtured from family, school, and community. We believe that all students should understand the core values and governing principles upon which the country was founded. We believe that academic instruction should translate into student success. We believe that all students, through hard work and accountability, should reach their academic potential every day. And we believe that all students should be supported in a safe and caring environment. So, I think one of the things that we also do with vision and mission is we don't talk about it enough. We don't say what the mission is. We don't remember what the mission is. And having real focus on a well-constructed mission will help guide the work you're doing in terms of your strategic goals. So one superintendent that I worked with would read, when he pointed out different things during his superintendent address, he would say, the mission of Paradise Valley Schools is to blah, 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 blah. And one way that we've done that is XYZ. And so I think the more that you can kind of talk about the mission, talk about your strategic belief, your belief statements, the better that you're understanding your community is going to have of what it is that you're doing.
At least one of our sites They state their mission every day, every morning. And the students state it.
Which is great.
At least one of our sites.
Maybe that's something we should consider doing at least
All the schools.
right after the pledge.
Yeah.
I would think that's something we should probably state before the meeting.
Yeah, I really wanted, so I wanted board members to recite the mission, and my other four board members were like, "We're not doing that." I lost on that, but I don't think it's a bad idea for the superintendent or the board president when you start the meeting. Just want to remind you what the mission of our school district is and the reason that we meet, and here it is. Because it does tell you what you want to achieve for your students, and keeping focus on that.
It kind of sets the focus.
That's the stage. Why are we here?
Yeah. Why don't we ask teachers to state the objective of the lesson
Right.
before they start?
Yeah.
You know, it sets that
It
focus.
is the same.
And sometimes adults forget why we're actually here,
Yeah.
right? We're more focused on adult problems, and we kind of lose sight of the fact that we're here for students to achieve and to be successful.
I told somebody the other day, who's in my office, and they, I don't even remember what it was, but they came to me and said, can we do X, Y, and Z? And I said, is that within our core values? And the answer was yes. I said, then we can do it. We'll figure out how to make it happen. If they had said no, you know, if they'd been honest, if it wasn't, and they were honest, then I would have said, no, then we need to rethink what we're doing.
With staying focused on this, right? The reason you exist, the purpose, and the essence of your values, which you've done in both the mission statement and the belief statement. This reflects your community.
And that would not be hard to do
No.
right after the pledge, just to remind everybody, and I can do that.
You mean I'd have to listen to two different things from the schools every morning?
No, she's talking about you as a
I'm
board.
talking
Oh.
at a school board meeting.
I mean, I have to listen to the pledge every morning while I'm doing my water
You
aerobics.
stand up.
Yeah, I'm at the pool stand up doing my water aerobics. Yeah, I'm standing up.
She lives close to Fox Creek Junior High.
I live right across the street from Fox
Oh.
Street, and they had the outside speakers on. And I hear the bell ring, and then I hear the, and I kid them, I said, if I hear the pledge being said, I know I've overslept and I gotta get my butt out of bed.
Well, Cassie, could we put that on the agenda? For me to read that, read the mission statement?
Another thing
Or the
too,
statement of beliefs? I wonder which one.
You could vary it.
Either
Yeah.
one.
Do one month, the other next month.
or another suggestion if you want, is you could take the two, alternate them with some graphics, have it pre-recorded, ready to go, up there as a live stream. So just the same way that, Call to the Public is pre-recorded, we could pre-record either of those, have graphics to go with it, and you've got a video
That
presentation
sounds like a
instead of.
PO thing to do, right?
Mm-hmm.
POI should do something like that.
PIO,
You think so? Or PIO?
PIO.
Sounds like Lance just
Could have
volunteered.
another job.
It's kind of like the Army, right? If you don't step back with everybody else, you're it.
I didn't see anybody doing this.
You know, Lance, I wouldn't mind reading it if there were graphics behind me, that would be perfect. Or,
We could
you
do
could
that,
have it
except
recorded.
normally you want your audio to
Yeah.
sync with the
You got it,
graphic.
go for
But if
it.
you want to read it, that's fine.
you go ahead, you got it.
Well,
Whatever.
maybe if you could be reading it on a recording, every board president.
Yeah.
That would be good.
That would be good.
Whatever, we'll make it work.
I can do that.
All right. One more idea. Okay, so I'm gonna skip through this a little bit. We talked about SMART goals. I'm assuming everyone
We do,
understands.
we
what
do
SMART
SMART goals.
Yeah. The one thing I thought maybe we could talk about is some of the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats that are facing the district. And after that, we do have goals, right? So you're creating those strategic goals for this year, or in this year. And then we talked about that progress monitoring calendar already. So what do you think about just verbally kind of talking through some of the strengths, some of the weaknesses? So your strengths are the things internally that you have initiatives, practices, programs are going well, that are positive for the district. The weaknesses would be things that you need to work on. Shortcomings, negative things within the district that are not being addressed or should be addressed. The opportunities are external. So what is happening outside of the district's control that, if harnessed, could support the district's mission. And I think one of the things you've already talked about with this is the strategic planning committees. That's a huge opportunity to get people involved. And then threats. What things are happening externally that you have no control over, but that are impeding your progress? So, I am going to be a scribe for all of us. But let's talk about some of the strengths of the district.
I think the administration is a strength. And the administrators that want better for their teachers and, that are.
Thank you, Judy, for saying that. And I would add to that just some data, because I gathered it for something else. In the last 5 years, we've had, and I'm just talking principals and assistant principals, I'm not talking directors or anything. We have 6 sites. We've had 21 turnovers in 5 years prior to this year, 21. This year we had 2. So that stability is going to help. But when you have that much turnover, that is a significant factor in not moving forward.
So that's both a
So
strength
that would be a weakness too.
and weakness, right?
It's both.
Administrator turnover, right?
Yeah, it's a weakness.
Yeah.
In the last 5 years, or this year. And then it's a new strength this year because we only turned over 2. And one of them was a current employee, but who moved moved up from assistant to principal.
Right,
But the rest of our principals and assistants were stable.
which is great.
It's awesome.
It really matters.
I think that another strength is the ability that the district has had, mostly Carolyn, and I guess maybe Jen, of filling positions that we need to have filled.
Jen gets a lot of the credit, most of the credit for that. And that was one of the goals from that committee from a year and a half ago, because that year we had 38 openings, 38 teacher openings. This year, and their goal was to bring it down 10%. This year we only had 25, so they brought it down way more than 10%.
That's great.
But I think part of the weakness comes with the idea that we are having 4 teachers come in, and we're putting them at the primary, the littles. And
The highest percentage is at Fox Creek.
Well, anyway, the people, I really think that if we could keep our foreign teachers with language, if we could keep them out of the first, second, and third, or kindergarten through third, where they're fighting language as well as learning how the number line works. I think that's one of the weaknesses. It's not the teacher themselves. The teacher is really usually strong. It's the fact that I think that there's a language problem.
Yeah.
How do you
It
fill
really
these positions when people aren't applying?
Yeah. I mean, you put them where you've got openings and who you have applying. The external threat that goes with that, though, is the nationwide shortage of people who are certified who actually want to teach and will teach.
Exactly.
And then related to that, to me a big, and you all may have come up with this too, to me an external threat in Arizona is always budget. It's budget.
And legislation.
And, you know, the legislature's lack of support of public education. So, you know, I mean, those are things that we just have to deal with. But that's also part of why, you know, if there are teachers out there who are interested, that affects our ability to pay or not pay and those kinds of things. So, you know, nothing is ever independent. It's all interwoven.
Yep.
We do have the opportunity of hiring.
Hobby College is great.
We have a
We're in our
in-house
own
program
within a year.
people to into the teaching profession, so I think that's an opportunity.
So that's it, like a,
We have an agreement with
A
NAU.
teacher,
Yeah.
not teacher.
Well, how's that going to affect Mojave College's program?
Probably.
NAU still in it?
Yeah, NAU still.
I didn't know.
It's not,
that.
yeah,
It's
it's,
fine.
well, because at Mojave College, I mean, it's just another opportunity for our local people, but they still have to pay. The advantage of the program right now with NAU is that you can get your bachelor's degree in it for free. It's free.
so that's the teacher.
That's the teacher
Success.
agreement with, yeah, whatever it is with NAU, so.
So that's an
And we'll take any of our opportunities like that. We'll take the more the better.
That's an opportunity, and probably a strength that we're actually offering. Another strength is that we have started what we call the DIN project, 3 houses.
3 houses.
And we're actually offering housing at least to our foreign student teachers at this time.
Oh, that's great.
But then
We have
also-
another strength that we have, that I've heard about frequently as a district, and this is internal. We have a child care center for our employees from birth to 4.
That's fantastic.
And I learned last week that our child care center, because some other school districts have child care centers. We're the only one in the state that has, the child care center is part of our free and reduced lunch program, our meal service program. And it's free because we're CSP or whatever that is. And only one of 5 in the U.S.
That's fantastic.
That's noteworthy for sure.
Isn't that, I mean, I think that's a strength.
One of the strongest feeling, or not feelings, but memories that I have that really impacted me was when I first started, after the first year I was here, they were doing a program called Fishbones, where all the teachers got together on a day off. They all went and got together on a day off over, I think it was
It was a paid gig, so it was paid. It's not.
Oh, was it?
Oh, yeah, it's
Okay,
paid.
at any rate. So they were there and working on problems and breaking things down and trying to get at the root causes of everything. And it got to the point at the end of the session where, you know, whoever was in charge says, well, good work today, thanks a lot, and, you know, have a good weekend and we'll see you at school. And most of them just looked at each other and went back to work.
So you
And
have
that's part
staff
of the-
that are committed, they're committed staff.
Absolutely, good stuff. We do. We do.
I think one of our weaknesses is going to be reporting, the state reporting to our community, whether it's the report card grades that we get, the A, B, C, D for schools. That's a weakness and perhaps a threat.
I think that's a threat.
It is both.
It is, well.
I think we have the threat of the charter schools. I'm sorry, but
Yeah, we do.
they're threatening to make public schools special ed schools.
Yes.
But the thing is-
It's not just the charters, though, it's mostly the ESA that threatens us for that.
Yeah.
The charter schools have been here long enough that, I mean, unless it's a new charter school that draws our kids, it's about the same
At the top,
percentage.
the charter.
Well, yes and no, but I mean, at this point, the kids who are in, we don't lose that many to the, we
Yeah,
lost some
Malcolm-
to.
Malcolm's reached its cap.
Yeah, Malk is not particularly a threat now, in that sense. The new ones are, the church groups, because those are the ESAs. And in the ESAs, the issue with those that's a threat is that there's no accountability, academic accountability. And, everybody focuses on, and it's true, they don't have, there's not a particularly strong financial accountability for the ESAs. I'm more concerned about the lack of academic accountability. No testing is required, no assessments are required, no.
Because they're gonna come back to us, and we're gonna
Yes.
have to re-educate.
That's the trouble, is they have to come
Yes.
back at the next meeting and then close test.
We got a student, and this is just one student out of 2,100, but we got a student 2 weeks ago who'd been homeschooled since kindergarten, was in public school in kindergarten, has been homeschooled since as a 4th grader. He did our screener. He reads 8 words. A minute, 8 words a minute,
So bad.
4th grade. Yeah. And I feel so bad for him. This is sad.
And I
So,
think-
we deal with it.
I think another threat to us is ICE.
Yes.
It scares people.
Yes.
It scares the people, and especially considering how much of our community is Hispanic and stuff too. It's a big threat to them, and we know they are here in our communities, so it's.
The questionability, it's not even the right word, the instability right now of federal grant funding. 11.75% of our total budget, our total. So if you add all of our budgets together, you add all the marbles together, our grants account for 11.75%. For Arizona, it's 25% for the state. Or, all the schools in the state is 25%. So I'm really glad that we're less than that. But still, it's significant. And that's a threat.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, we don't know what's going to happen to these marbles. Are we going to have them?
Right. Okay, what about opportunities? With any youth partnership? What else is out there? I think your strategic planning committees are an opportunity.
Yeah, I wrote that down.
It's not the elementary, but in the high school, the kids can go, they can get college courses in high school,
Right.
not in our area.
Right, that's true.
Yeah.
Is it already?
Yeah. I think an external trend and activity, I agree with Melinda that I sure would like to see more parents here and whatever. But an opportunity is that we have a lot of support. We have a lot of community support. And you know it more by what isn't said than what is. Lance and I were talking about 6 years ago, when I came into the position, social media was chewing this district up, chewing it up. And how much would you say that has changed?
I would say a couple of times a month instead of a couple of times a day.
A lot of change.
Which says community support. To me, that's what it says. Thank you.
I better use one of these so I can get
What other opportunities?
There have to be other opportunities. External things, there have to be.
going.
Well, one of the things you talked about were some of the community groups, educating the community groups, getting them more involved and understanding what's going on.
The community relationships,
I was
that
gonna
is,
say
We have some really good community.
we do,
relationships.
and there was a real problem back, time-wise pre-COVID, not because of COVID.
Yeah.
But when superintendents changed, the relationship with a lot of community and other governmental entities in the area was horrible. There was not a lot of trust. There was outright bad mouthing, and I think, and Dr. Stewart worked really, really hard her first year to turn that around, and that has just continued to improve.
That's one of the reasons why I dropped the board at that time. It was quick.
So it sounds like, just listening to all of you, that one of the threats may be just the fact that you're part of a larger system that isn't always cooperative with you.
Well, it's not always stable.
Yeah, we're not part of that system, we're
Or-
parallel to that
I
system.
mean, it was a partnership
Right.
that really isn't that much of a partnership anymore, but tied to that, and it dovetails a little bit into what, or out of what Judy was saying when she mentioned charters. When you have another non-ASBA district to which we feed, that upsets members of the community. When parents pull their kids out of that 9-12 district, they're pulling their K-8 kids out as well to keep them together at another charter. So if they are frustrated with another district, we feel the pain.
Yeah, because we're such a small district,
Yeah.
we're a small group.
Yeah.
Especially now that one of the charters that started only as an elementary charter now has a high school. So we've got two charters in our backyard with high schools, and those parents have an opportunity to put their kids into those high schools, but they take their littles along with them.
We only have two
Huh?
high school charters in three, AOBI.
Oh, yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
it's
Well, but
true.
AOBA doesn't have
I don't have
K-8,
elementary. Yeah,
so,
they're-
yeah, so we're not
Yeah,
impacted.
they start at 7 to 12.
Yeah.
Right.
7 to 12.
Okay. Anything else you'd like to add?
Under strengths, did we put that we really have a high majority of our teachers who are certified teachers? We have a few that are alternatively certified, but not very many. And these days, that's pretty important because there are districts that have teachers who, who have not gone through regular sorts of certification. All of our international teachers are regularly certified.
An opportunity perhaps is, I know that one of the things that we see every week is donations, or every month rather, is donations.
Yeah, we're doing
Yeah.
And I know that we're grateful when we announce, publicly our thanks and stuff. I don't know if there's an additional way that we might acknowledge the generosity of these people.
I think the letters are sent out.
I send out letters.
We send out letters,
But I'm talking like
public.
public where it's, hey, I don't know, even a small thing in that what Town and Country or our town thing, saying, we want to recognize these people who go above and beyond to support us.
Normally when it's a large is, when it hits a particular threshold, we will ask them if they want a news release. And we'll send out a news release. And we did, for example, with the, you saw the bags that are in the conference room for the new teachers that still haven't come in. We had a really aggressive campaign, bridge to bridge, getting things donated. And what did we figure? It was in the thousands of dollars. And so we did a couple of news releases, including one of the banks that had the largest amount. So we'll try to do that. It's tough to do a donation, to do a news release, for a $5, $10, $100 one.
Right.
But we have done some collective ones, and certainly the big ones. We'll give them some publicity, but there's no reason we can't try to take it to another level.
Yeah.
We could do an ad that lists everybody who donated, say, during the calendar year or during the I mean, that would be,
Yeah.
we could
Like
fill
the
a
end
half
of the
page.
year,
We
school
could
year or
fill
something.
a half page for sure,
And-
probably more.
Wouldn't necessarily need to disclose the amount.
No, not the amounts, just
You
who
know,
did.
just these people, we really appreciate you,
Yes.
thank you so much.
Yes,
Yeah.
we could do that, and that would be easy.
And we do have, we've got a little in our marketing budget where I buy
Mhm.
a half-page ad. I don't know how to put that.
That's a nice.
I mean, you acknowledge them on your Facebook page
Yeah.
and stuff like
Yeah.
that, but those are already done.
So what do you read the donations out
Yeah.
loud?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Because a lot of districts just do that in consent, and I don't think that's a great idea.
No,
They
but
should be
always
read.
thinks
You
each of
wanna
them.
always read that.
Is longevity a strength? I mean, we are about to hit 80 years. And granted, it's not the oldest school district in the state, but we've been around for a while, and there's, I think, some credibility in that. I'd like to think that that's a strength.
I can think of another strength. You have a board that cares, works together, and is focused on students.
Yes.
I'm gonna write that down.
Please do. I'm sorry I didn't think of it.
Anything else we need to add to this? And obviously, this is just a way to kind of, you know, put it in writing, thinking about it, but also we've come up with a couple of brainstorms just in the short time that we talked, of things that you could do that might create more opportunities. And the donations, you know, I always wonder, do school districts do enough with tax credit donations? You know, and how. Yeah.
We try to get them.
And you may already be doing a lot, but that's just another avenue.
Lance and one of our gals out here work on that, and because we don't have a lot of after-school clubs, especially now with only one junior high, so we have to be creative.
My first 5 or 6 years, I was split between 2 districts, between here and the high school district. And I have to tell you, it was much easier to get tax credit donations for the high school district than it was for the elementary, just because of the difference in programs.
Service clubs.
Right. Now, Jenny, our SACE coordinator, is the one who goes out and meets with the CPAs and the accounting firms and folks like that to let them know. When I started, when my involvement with it, we actually had better luck from one of the CPAs in Laughlin on the Nevada side than we did for any of the CPAs in Bullhead. They weren't pushing it, he was. So a lot of it was education on their part, not to mention the fact a lot of the tax services are not CPAs. There's no regulatory requirement in Arizona that I can say I'm an accountant with my poor math skills and still be an accountant
Is
and
that true?
take money.
Do my taxes for me?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
No, I mean, not an accountant, say a tax.
A tax service.
Yeah, to be an accountant, you really should be a CPA.
Tax
But-
preparer.
But you can
Yeah.
take a tax preparer,
Yeah.
take a couple of online classes and hang up a shingle and that's
They
it.
wouldn't want me doing that.
Right,
Me either.
right.
I became a social worker for a reason. I have to do math.
Let me tell you, accounting is not math.
No.
Yeah, a whole bunch of things on your page.
Yeah, so I got some stuff, so I'll write all this up so you can, take a look at it. I would also wonder if they're going out and doing community presentations, if the tax credit donation should be. That's why I would.
We did, and the service organization, because there are so many in the area that are pushing for tax credits.
Yes, they are.
Not just the schools, but a
Oh,
lot of
yeah.
the other nonprofits as well.
Yes.
And of course, the charters can have a higher threshold.
A higher
You can
threshold.
write off more.
Yeah.
Some of the other nonprofits, you can write off a higher amount. And I don't remember if it was Kiwanis or Rotary, we did one a few years ago, and where I wanted to try to set something up again for Jenny. What I got was, you're about the 15th request. We can't do it. So it's a matter of looking for other ways to get the messaging.
I want to add a strength.
Okay, let's do it.
When I look at this definition, practices that are going well, 17% of our students are special ed. We have phenomenal special ed teachers in the program. We regularly have requests for open enrollment from other districts into ours for expanding. We usually have to say no because we're over capacity in all of our programs, but it's because they're doing such a great job. And that includes 4 sections of, well, really 8 sections of preschool special ed.
Another place to
And also because of weakness though, as well.
Well, but see, weakness says shortcomings, things that the district that is not addressing.
No,
We are addressing.
we are addressing it, yeah.
The fact that there are so many is kind of a threat.
That's a threat, right,
That's a
that's the
threat.
threat. It's- yeah, it is a threat.
I mean, you know, we don't choose that, we welcome those kids, we do, but we have phenomenal people in those positions.
I mean, the reputation and the quality, we even have one kid from 2 school districts away, 30 miles away.
Not anymore.
No, but we did.
We did.
But I'm saying with the request,
Yeah.
that some of the reputation.
Yeah, another thing went through my head and it's gone. What was it? But we do really well. Dang.
That's all right.
It was another strength.
I'm sure there's many.
There's many.
There
There's
are
many.
many, there are many, but,
Oh,
I know what it is.
what?
We have an alternative program.
Oh, wow.
So we do diversionary things for students who might otherwise be expelled or long-term suspended. So we have an alternative, a diversion, and it's successful. Last year, all of the 8th graders in that program, and I think there were 7, promoted, which means they.
That's huge.
Can we count transportation as a strength at a time that other districts are pulling back?
Right now, we're doing okay, yeah, right now it's a strength. We don't have any extra drivers, but we're not getting, you and I are not getting 5 a.m. calls every day either about canceling a bus route.
So many other districts are cutting routes or dropping completely, and we still have a.
Partly because we have the IGA.
In Paradise Valley, one of our superintendents got his commercial driver's license, so he could drive a bus everyone else.
Well, you know, there is a legislator who thinks that all educators should have a CDL.
Oh.
Wants to know why.
Well, and there's somebody who may come to speak to and call to the public at the next meeting who is an advocate of that as well. He took to social media about that. we
Yeah,
should
but all
be
of
driving.
us should have
Okay.
CDL.
And who's gonna pay for that?
Yeah.
Because they don't just give it to you, right? You don't
Well,
have
no, but I mean, if they know anything, they're gonna say, well, you have internal trainers, so why are your people not all, why are your teachers and your administrators not all have CDLs?
You know, and when you're in
They
a tough
also say
area
you
with
could have done
springs,
this, so.
Yes, they do. Don't agree with either one of those
Can you
things.
imagine being a teacher, driving a bus, getting off the bus and going to teach a classroom? You would want to lose your mind.
I would.
I would.
Oh, yeah.
You could not pay me enough to be a kindergarten teacher or a bus driver.
Me either.
Yeah. You can pay me enough to be a kindergarten through 3rd grade teacher.
So with Head Start going downhill, are we gonna be picking up more of those kids?
Yeah.
No, because we only have special ed, well, in Title I right now. Now, we have some slots in Title I, so some of those kids would qualify for Title I, yes. But we already serve the special needs kids from Head Start for a portion of the day. We already have that partnership.
So it looks like
Well,
they're gonna be closing there.
If they don't get any funding,
There are 3 in Arizona that are in imminent danger of closing next week. Bullhead and the tribes were not on that list, but it's but when the money runs out,
They
it
run.
runs out.
I mean, the federal shutdown is a threat for sure.
Yes, it
There's so many ways that that everything could come crashing down. You know, SNAP benefits, another thing I think that we have to, you know, figure out, so.
And, yeah, and hopefully some of those things are short-term threats, you know, but we just don't know. You know, a judge ruled yesterday that they can't stop those, but we'll see what happens.
But they also, with the contingency plan that came out last night and said that there's not enough to even cover the whole month of November, and after that, they don't know what they'll do, because the money's not, what did they have?
$6 billion?
Huh?
$6 billion?
It's well, it says 5.8 million a month is what they're paying out.
They're not covering the month of November.
Yeah.
Maybe by that time,
Yeah.
somebody will have done something that's
Something.
morally correct.
We can hope.
Yeah.
Thanks, Julie.
Thank you.
I want-
Anything else you need to talk about?
Not that I'm aware of, but I do want to thank you very much.
Yes.
Because I understand there's a 4-hour drive back.
Oh, it's
And there was a
impossible.
4-hour drive here. No, I've done this several times. So I really.
Oh, Julie
appreciate
doesn't
it.
mind that first smile like you do.
That's because she doesn't have to get up that friggin' hill, plus that traffic down the bottom of that hill.
I know.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, the good news for me is I don't mind driving. I actually enjoy it because it gives me time to, and it also
But
gives me
I
time to.
really appreciate you coming in monitoring, or not monitoring, but leading, mentoring us through this, and listening to us, and
Well, this is my favorite part of the job. So, thank you.
And
Thank
I
you.
also want to thank all the other board members
Yes.
who didn't say no to me when I said, we need a board retreat. Because you guys could very easily have said, nope, I'm busy, I'm not doing it.
So I do have there is an evaluation in there, so if you would mind doing that. And
Yeah.
we do actually look at those. We're all about continuous improvement as well at ASCA. But thank you all.
There's 2 of them.
Great, thank you.
I've got a quick ASBA question.
Okay, hopefully I'll give you a quick answer.
There is an ongoing program that ASA and ASPRA put together. Currently involved ASBA because Heidi Vega is president of ASPRA, called Everyday Counts in Arizona. It's the Chronic absent people program. Do you have any idea what the reception has been like across the state? How many districts are implementing the
I
campaign?
don't know, but I know we had a session at Summer Leadership that talked about it. So that was one thing, but I'm not sure how many are doing it.
I just received an ASPRA survey asking if our district has implemented it yet. And we've done bits and pieces without the campaign.
Yeah.
So I didn't know how widespread. Well, I can ask Heidi when she's back in town.
Yeah.
Back in town.
Yeah. She may know, but Rita, is it Rita?
Yeah,
Yeah, she may know. I think that's who.
Rita, Enzi,
Izzy, Enzy.
yeah.
Oh my God.
Right.
Okay, I think I need a motion to adjourn.
I make a motion we adjourn our workshop.
I second that.
I'm Linda Scully.
I'm Charlene Gies.
Hi, Fred Rushton.
I, Judy Reed.
Hi, Barb Zarzaki.
And we started